swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
welcome to Double Header Night. That's right, it's Tuesday, so once again we got twice as much OPL action coming your way. Hello everyone, I'm Jake Spawn Tiberi. Joining me on the desk for tonight's game is LPL analyst, OPL enthusiast, and general awesome person, Indiana Frosker and Black, as well as the real pastry time down there on the end. How we going, guys?
Is that the real pastry time?
It is, apparently, and he's doing excellent.
Going all right?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
That's good. Before we get into tonight's matchups, let's take a look at the standings. Just to remind you guys where everyone's sitting right now. It is Legacy currently on the top of the ladder. They're still undefeated, 5-0. And your OPL legends, Direwolves, are right behind them with the Chiefs, who will be playing against our fourth place Hellions tonight. Sin Gaming picked up a win last night. Trident, Inferno, and Invite will round out the ladder there. Let's just remind you of what the week looks like, however, because last night we had a really close game. It was Sin taking down Avant in a 2-1 victory in the end. Of course, tonight it is our game of the week with Chiefs taking on Hellions first up before OPL legend match Legacy versus Inferno tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. It will be Trident going up against the Direwolves. Very, very exciting matchups. I just want to throw it open to you guys, quickly. I don't get to have you on the desk for tomorrow night. Trident are going to play against Direwolves. I made an outrageous prediction that might be wrong. What are you looking forward to the most tomorrow night about that matchup?
Did you predict that Trident was going to win?
I did.
Oh, interesting.
That is outrageous.
Interesting.
Is it very outrageous?
Yes.
There you go. I also thought it was outrageous, but I think it has a chance to come through. Let's get straight into tonight's matchup, though. It is the game of the week. It's going to be the Hellions versus the Chiefs, and it will be the Chiefs starting on the blue side of the Rift. As you can see, Swiper is their top laner, Spooks is their jungler, Cheese their mid laner, Radier and Ejim is your all-star bottom lane. This team was a team that was struggling pastry time, but had a very good week last week. Want to get your thoughts on how their performance was?
Yeah, it feels like the Chiefs are really stepping back up, sort of into their old form now. It's been great to watch them play. The Chiefs are sort of feeling like their old selves, adapting with Cheese, and honestly looking a whole lot better.
Yeah, it certainly does seem to be the case. And across the other side of the Rift, on your red side, at least for game number 1, it will be the Hellions. Ryu, their captain and top laner. Cookie and Bomb are their jungle and mid lane duo from Korea. Frey and Denian will be their bottom lane. This is a team that kind of has been all over the place still for Oscar, and they haven't really found any consistency.
Well, yeah, but the thing is the Chiefs, we've already seen the ceiling of the Chiefs. We know exactly how good they're going to be. Now it's just a question of, how good is Cheese going to get and how well is he going to work within that team to its full capacity. But the Hellions, we haven't seen full capacity for them yet. And so I still have hope because we're definitely seeing upward trends where they're just getting better. It's just a question of how long will it take before they're in their final form.
So that's the question I want to throw open to the desk first. What does full capacity Hellions look like? Because we keep saying this. We keep saying big upside, like this is a team we expect a lot out of, but they haven't got there yet. What does that mean?
It means the support. I think we were talking about this before the desk, that Denium is effectively the Batman of supports. He's the one that they deserve, but not the one that they need.
Yeah, and I kind of echo that sentiment here. Denian is a fine player. He was a good AD carry when he was playing competitively, but he was supposed to be an analyst for this team. Denian is not a bad player strictly, but he's not the optimal choice for the team. And it feels like if you want to be a top-tier team, you need top-tier players across the board. We know Hellions are reaching big, and they sort of need everything else to be in a row. So with a couple things here and there, still working things out, definitely growing pains as well. Hellions are just never going to reach the top spots until they start shaking things up. Whether that's Denian improving or a change being made, we don't know yet.
Yeah, and that definitely looks to be the case tonight because he's going up against who is a very good support in Ejim.
Yeah, that's pretty much the other point that I wanted to bring up is the fact that unfortunately he's also facing across from Ejim, who's super bloodthirsty. So you have kind of the old god versus the new blood in terms of your AD carries, Radier. But the support matchup is just such a disparity.
So what do we think about this AD carry matchup? Because you mentioned it, Frey versus Radier. It is kind of the new guy versus the old guy. Frey's been very vocal. He's not really frightened of anyone as an AD carry. Should you be frightened of Radier?
I don't think so, to be honest. And with the way Frey and Hellions play, all Frey really has to do is just play very solid and kind of get his team through. He loves just attacking the front lane. He's a really consistent player. Radier was known for being hyper-consistent as a player, just last hitting constantly, getting farm, and then carrying fights. Just by hitting the front line, like what you're supposed to do as an AD carry. I feel like Radier has since stepped up since then and just become a great all-rounder. But Frey is kind of where Radier was playstyle-wise a couple of years ago, and I feel like he's filling his niche properly. There's no need to be afraid of Radier, because if you do your job, he's not going to take over the game unless you do something really silly in bottom lane.
That's still such a terrifying 2v2 lane to be a part of, however, especially because of how bloodthirsty they are. And if Denium, his signature support right now is Janna, so it's already a very passive, you just kind of sit back and farm lane. Moving on to the 6.3 patch, obviously Kog'Maw is going to be a big pickup. And even though Kog'Maw's not necessarily known for his lane phase, I still think his level 6, I mean, Jake, we've talked about this, the execution execution now on the 6, he has so much kill pressure in lane that before he really didn't have.
Yeah, it certainly is the case. However, guys, we have heard from the players a little bit before this game. I want to pull it up on your screen because talking to someone who isn't scared, it's Ryu, the top laner of Hellions. In fact, he says that he's visualizing himself destroying Radiant tomorrow, and Swiper can wait for another time. It didn't stop there, however. Like, this continues. Radiant bites back with a little bit. Where was the All-Star camaraderie? Of course, Swiper was a person that pretty much sent Ryu to All-Stars as well. Ryu had a very good time, but, Radiant and Aegin being there didn't allow that. And he said, it was good when it lasted, but play Jinx, I dare you. So he's actually, not pulling punches here. Radiant finally gets the last say. I feel this is where it ends. He's like, I'm the final boss. Get through Swiper first. I feel like Radiant is the only person in Oceania, by the way, that spells Swiper's name correctly when you have to type it with double R and a 3. But what do you make of that? The Hellions captain top laner feeling very confident, not even looking at his lane matchup, who is Swiper and a great player in his own right, targeting out Radiant there as the AD carry.
I mean, it's clearly identified the right solution, right? Is kill the Radiant and get everything going. That's always been a good strategy against the Chiefs. For me, though, I love this top lane matchup. They're both excellent players. Swiper has shown that he can play carry. He played multiple Fiora games in a row and then swapped to Nautilus last week. So he's definitely a chameleon top laner. He's always been able to play whatever he needs to play. Ryu right now, though, is strictly a carry top laner right now. And I think carry versus carry, that'll be interesting to see. But Swiper brings more to his team currently than Ryu does. So we'll have to see if Ryu can maybe get in there, really lock some AD carries down, or just carry hard. Because it is hard enough to get through Swiper, let alone to get to final boss Radiant.
I'm also not about ganking the Janna lane. That's just not typically something that goes well.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't seem to be the case. What I want to look at, though, is as we isolate this, there is one person that sticks out probably more than even Denian on his roster. It is Cheese and the additions that the Chiefs made. We were very harsh on Cheese. In fact, people were saying no Swiffer, no clue. The Chiefs cannot play without the star mid laner and captain. I think we're starting to come around to the Cheese way of life here on the desk.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot of people have been Cheese fans with good reason. He's such a fun player to watch play. For me, I think Cheese is becoming much more like Swiffer was, and the Chiefs feel like they're falling back into patterns that have worked for them, which makes sense. Play the successful formula. That's what you should do as a team. But I think Cheese, who's starting to play a bit more conservative, a bit more Chiefs style, and the Chiefs have said this themselves. But on the other side, Cheese still just does Cheese things, and I love it. I think he's just becoming more of a well-rounded player, and he's starting to really step up. Yes, he can play conservative, can play control mages when he has to, but man, does he go off when he wants to. And it's just so much fun to watch.
Yeah, certainly. He's going to be facing off against Bomb, someone that you've been very vocal in some of your criticism. Did last week impress you at all in the meantime, or is he still that laning mid laner that you don't really like to see?
No, see, I love Bomb. I actually really enjoy watching him play. My issue with Bomb is that he's not as influential in his team as his team really needs him to be because he's such a mechanically strong player. I just wish he would get involved with his team more. The 1v1 between Cheese and Bomb I actually really like because I think they're both really strong mechanical players and we can see some of that fantastic outplay potential. But for Bomb and for Hellions to find success, he just needs to spread around the wealth.
Yeah, he certainly does. Guys, just before we jump into the game, want to get your final thoughts. Who's going to win this one and why? Pastry time starting with you.
I think Chiefs just feel like the stronger team right now. They're both growing, but Chiefs have grown a little faster. Even though Hellions are a strong team, I think they will take a game because they're good at challenging top talent, and I want to see them do it here, but I think it's still Chiefs 2-1.
Frostgurn?
Yeah, I actually agree that it's 2-1 for the Chiefs. I think right now the Hellions just look a little bit too one-dimensional, and we already know that the Chiefs are a more versatile team.
Yeah, I said that this comes about 2 weeks too early for the Hellions, but I'm really excited to see if they can step their gameplay up to the next level. And we're about to find out because the players are ready. So here's Atlas and Rusty to get us into the game.
Thank you very much, Spawn. I am, of course, Atlee, joined by Rusty. Rustless? I was trying to figure that one out. I just didn't quite get there. Okay, tonight's matchup, of course, the Chiefs versus Hellions. Another thing that I want to talk about, 6.3.
Yeah.
No Rise, Ryu, deleting that room page. He tweeted about it, and Cogmore Gragas looking incredibly strong. I have to say, this looking like on paper it's favoring the Chiefs.
You could say that. Of course, the Rise being deleted actually frees up a lot of drafting phase here for teams that play against Hellions by not having to ban the champion. So, yeah, it makes life a bit harder for Hellions. Of course, Ryu has shown he's a very capable Fiora champion such as that. And speaking of, quite heavily contended between these top laners.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. Of course, Swipe has been pretty keen to pick up the champion as well. Of course, I believe Ryu's played, 3 champions? Gangplank Fiora being sort of the most predominant of those ones. And Gangplank is actually going to be banned away first up here on the blue side as Cogmore, no surprises, is going to leave the Rift on the side of Hellions, and Fiora actually going to be taken away. So just the full target on Ryu.
And it makes sense. Of course, Rise doesn't need to be banned. Gangplank, Fiora, both very strong champions. Fiora in particular, though, is that target ban from Ryu, taking it away from him. Swiper saying that he's confident with his champion pool, sending a message essentially to Ryu saying, what can you actually play?
Well, he's going to have to play something new because all of the champions that he's played so far in the OPL have been banned. So we'll see whether he's going to be able to make that change. And look, you can see Kog'Maw, Gragas, both of these champions getting buffed. Spook's a fantastic Gragas player historically, and we all know about Radier, and Kog'Maw seems to love the champion even when he wasn't necessarily strong. So man, already having to fill up that ban list with those champions. Kassadin banned away from Bomb there as well to round things out for the Chiefs. As Swiper hovering a pony for some fun. I don't think that one's going to be locked in, but I'm really excited to see how these draft phases are going to adapt for both of these teams.
Yeah, a lot of strong champions available, so Hecarim's the unlikely option here, as you mentioned, of course. Elise even something worth considering. Yeah. Spooks shows he's very control-heavy plays around the map, but the Swiper special.
Yep, there it is. Of course, Swiper just loves to be able to play like massive, beefy tanks in the top. I was actually watching his stream just the other day, and he's like, just come at me, you can't kill me anymore because I'm Nautilus. It's hilarious. And anyway, Kalista is going to get through. I actually feel like that might have been an oversight on the side of the Chiefs because Frey now going to be able to pick that champion up. Of course, dangerous in the hands of Radier, and it is going to be Cookie taking away the Nidalee at the same time. So Hellions really biting back hard.
That is the strong first draft from the Hellions. The red side drafting, being able to get two champions at once, cements them probably top 3 jungler at the moment, and definitely top 3 AD carry besides the Kog'Maw perhaps at the moment. And it's less so even, it's a contrasting difference, right? The Kog'Maw Raider is just going to put out the damage. The Kalista is set your support up, throw them in, and let you do as much damage as you can whilst you're getting a better team fight from it. So differences here from Hellion showing by having the Kalista, they're capable of team fighting as well. The rest of the comp, doesn't matter as much. You can throw a Janna in still as a knockup, right?
Yeah, it's a very good point. And look, another thing that I was going to say is whenever Denian is playing something that isn't Janna, he basically just gets himself completely out of position and dies. I mean, I don't want to badmouth the guy, but he really does like getting out there. Rumble is going to be picked up. What?
I was waiting for the reaction. There you go. Yeah, Rumble can jungle. Just so you know.
He's got a skin that's called Rumble in the Jungle, Rusty. I know that he can jungle. Otherwise, why would we have that skin in the game?
Rumble can jungle without dying.
Did you play on a team with Papa Smithy?
Yes.
Yeah. So I know that he
that
can
might
jungle
might
as
be
well.
corruption. Right? But either way, Rumble. Look, he can jungle Atlas. Okay, that's the point I'm making.
Okay,
it's a flex.
Oh, God. What are they doing? I personally don't know, but Hellions are just going to ignore it for now and pick up their champions. We'll see what they do decide to lock in. As Yasuo is being looked at by Bomb. Not entirely sure whether it will be locked in. As, of course, Denian's Janna is, of course, there. Not a champion that he's likely to get caught out on. Of course, he's played the majority of his games on the champion. In fact, every single win that the Hellions have got, I believe, has been with Janna as support.
Wow.
And Quinn's been locked in.
That draft from Hellions is so not teamfight oriented, though. They've got a Nidalee for the poke.
That's a really good point. The last champion that Ryu played was Quinn. So not all of his champions were banned. I lied. I got Spawn looking at me from across the room, actually. He's just saying, oh, yeah, see, I knew. This man knows everything about Ryu.
Again, look, have a look at the Hellions 4-man lineup at the moment. Take note of the crowd control that they have on their roster. They're not looking to directly run at Chiefs is the answer. They're looking to have the Chiefs run at them
There's
if they have a team
two
fight.
buttons. I think there's 3 buttons that they can do as far as like knock back or knock up or stun.
Yeah.
That's not looking great, is it, as far as the CC is concerned? Well, we'll see exactly what the Chiefs are going to answer with, because, of course, the Rumble is confusing the heck out of me. It can be the Nautilus in the jungle as well, or Nautilus in the support position, but Lux is going to be locked in, so Cheese is going to be playing that one there in the mid lane. It is going to be Alistair, of course, support. Not going to do any cow in the top lane. And
have you worked it out yet?
Yeah, you figured. It is going to be Rumble in the jungle, isn't it? I'm just like, I was hoping not to have to get there. There's Denian with the cheeky little hover, of course, former teammate Cheese on YSSC. So, yeah, and actually, yeah, that's the other thing as well. Producer in the air saying that Ryu did, in fact...
he tweeted, he said,
tweeted.
Play Jinx, I dare you. But, of course, I was looking at the Chiefs team comp, Rumble in the jungle, Nautilus top, and they're going to have an AP carry mid lane. Cheese prefers to be an AP carry, even Ari is his go-to assassin, which means that Raider had to be a heavy AD carry, but it also means that 4 of the team are going to be doing magic damage. So if they can keep Raider down, there is merit to Ryu's other tweet, the strategy, disregard Swiper, kill Raider.
Well, and he's also got a bird jetpack, and he can definitely do that by just roaming around the side and just jumping right on top of the Jinx's face. We'll see whether the peel is going to be good enough because, of course, Swiper has a whole multitude of CC as well as Ejim there on the Alistar. So, of course, the protection for this Jinx is definitely there, but now Bomb's locked in the Ahri. So there's going to be so many different fronts that he has to be careful of.
There is basically laning phase for the Hellions.
Okay.
Quinn wants to rotate, utilize the map, and pick people off in random positions. Ahri's probably just going to want to stay mid and assassinate the lane opponent or whoever's dealing with
Ahri,
the Ahri, right?
Bomb, I mean, both of them probably just want to stay mid,
And
don't
this
they?
kind of plays to Hellion's strength, but then the bottom lane is reasonably self-sufficient. It's not exactly the Thresh-Kalista combo, but Ajana's quite good at keeping Kalista alive. Kalista very good at ensuring Janna comes back, use the ultimate, pull in for safety. Can't really kill that bottom lane from the Hellions.
Yeah.
Which means it's almost predictable where the focus will lie from the Chiefs.
Well, we'll see exactly how it is going to work. But, ladies and gentlemen, I want to know what you guys think because, of course, this has been an interesting champion select. Rumble in the jungle. I want you guys to let me know. Use that hashtag IMOPL, get on Twitter, and share your thoughts because I haven't seen Rumble in the jungle since a Troll normal game a long time ago. So, like, I don't know.
LCK played it not long ago, Atlas.
Well, look, I
for
haven't
reference.
been able to watch the old LCK. But ladies and gentlemen, we actually did hear from Ryu and Ejim earlier on, and we are going to throw to that video before the game.
At this stage, I guess, Carbon said in his interview, like he thinks in 1 year, 2 years, maybe max, teams will get left behind. I think that's definitely a thing. Like once the meta game shifts into team houses, like once more teams start picking up team houses, like obviously those that don't have them will get left behind. We're not going to let ourselves do that.
A swiper Stealthix has to duke it out as Cheese kills Miffy's off the other side. That's another kill there, a double for Radiant, making a triple as they go crazy in the bottom lane.
In any sport, if there's a team aspect to it, you have to have that trust. You have to have that cohesion. You have to have that, bond between teammates to actually perform. A lot of the game is based on mentality, emotion, teamwork, trust, communication, and that kind of stuff can't be improved on like online as much as in real life.
Gets caught out. A massive knock-up though from Denian as he gets the re-engage, and it's a double kill immediately from Bomb, who's just gone nuts. Triple kill. Make that a quadra.
The Hellions Gaming House, as far as I've heard, is a bit of a meme. Like people have equated like the Legacy Gaming House and the Hellions Frat House. They have people come and go. I don't know the inner workings of that team, but kicking T-Gun was, in my opinion, a huge error. Bringing in an 80 carry main as support like really hurt them. Denian actually doesn't compare. And the funniest thing is that he actually knows that. And so he just plays Janna like every single game. They just like mask their problem in the bot lane.
He looking for it. Another massive knock-up comes in as Deathmark comes down as well. Malaz looking for some taunts but doesn't quite find it. Ryu, massive.
We're actually evolving at a much faster rate than we expected, so we're definitely happy with where we are at the moment. We're definitely closer to the top than we thought we would be.
Massive zone, Bomb gets hooked out of the air, but he is going to move in for it. First kill down onto Addition, the Dragon goes over to Hellions as well.
I think we are the stronger team, but we lost a game to AV, so let's try not to do that again.
Well, he's not going to be able to lose a game against AV today because, of course, he's against the Hellions. But Ejim, there was some strong words about the Denian and T-Gun situation.
Yeah.
But I did love hearing from Ryu there, understanding that they're not yet at their full form, but he's very proud of his team for where they're currently sitting. As Cheese and Bomb are going to find each other in the mid lane here as we have stepped onto Summoner's Rift.
And of course, Ryu has shared his knowledge about last time he's played the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's been 8 months since I played against the Chiefs in a competitive game. We'll never forget the Camp Chief spooks gave me when I first joined OPL. Oh, the poor guy. It was a long time ago.
It was, but of course, Spooks even responded saying it was cozy in the top lane. So we'll see how cozy it is this time around. As Swiper just really wanted to show off how flashy Nautilus is.
That's why you press enter before you start typing.
Press D to dance.
Yeah. I think he was about to type, find me, I'm in top jungle, but accidentally just didn't press enter. Oh, here it is.
Oh, given the 1-2 punch.
Oh. And sick plays. Look at that. Glowing, suits his armor there as well. I couldn't imagine a more flashy play for the start of the game.
Hellions, by the way, they were talking about the rapid improvement that they are experiencing even though they're not in their final form. And what's most interesting to me about that is how quickly they have genuinely improved.
Yeah.
Cookie was considered by himself the Korean Jews. And what that means is he was stuck in Diamond, right? But he's currently the second highest rated player on his team by 1 game at 360 LP in Challenger. So clearly the rapid increase of skill from Cookie is noted. The only person ahead of him is Bomb.
Yeah, most definitely. It did seem like he struggled a little bit earlier on. But
Raider.
speaking of struggling, yeah, Raider getting a lot of sticks poked into him by Frey as they have hit that level 2 mark. Denian tanks a turret shot, though. That may be a negative.
Frey didn't rend.
Yeah, didn't quite get into range there as Raider once again. Man, the damage early game out of this Callista at level 2. Not something the Chiefs are able to handle right now.
Also surprising amounts of bonus damage. Janna's auto attack is quite unpredictable, and you have to remember the Callista passive aiding in that trading.
Yeah. Well, Radiant has managed to weather the storm. There's another tweet in from Cookie this time. I heard Chief Spooks is allergic to Cookie.
It's just adorable.
It is.
Every time.
Oh, man. You guys have got to follow Cookie on Twitter, by the way. If you're not following Cookie on Twitter, then you're missing out. Because that man's tweets are brilliant. Cheese just farming up here against Bomb. We'll see whether Bomb is going to go aggressive like he did last week on the Ahri. Fantastic performance.
Yeah.
He's just going to eat Elusive Singularity.
Laning-based mid laner, of course, Bomb. Frostgrone even alluding to the fact that he very rarely leaves his laning phase, but if you win it, why not, is the question that I would have to bring up here.
Yeah.
Especially being in an Ahri and Lux matchup.
Oh, actually, Cheese is going to hit the first skill shot. Is going to be responded in kind by Bomb there as he immediately eats himself a biscuit.
You can never trade even with an Ahri. You have to remember the passive is actually the most underrated and potentially overpowered aspect of a kit.
Yeah, true.
Because you heal with that spell vamp every 9 spells for a ridiculous amount.
Especially if you can throw it across a bunch of creeps and a person. But Cheese is navigating the lane well, and when he does get that shield, things are going to be a whole lot better. As you can see, Bomb still taking harassment, regardless of the sustain.
Has that passive up, though, just hasn't opted into using it.
He's holding
Of course,
on to
you
it.
have to be careful with mana usage this early in the game as a mid laner.
Bomb there, you can see, gets a bunch of that health back. But she's probably just looking to scale up throughout this early game, not wanting to go too toe-to-toe, as Spook's going to find Cookie and immediately backs away. A lot of respect given to this Nidalee.
Absolutely. Of course, he's still a Rumble. Now, it may be a new jungle pick that is quite strong at the moment. Doesn't necessarily make it the best level 4 duelist in comparison to a Nidalee, so definitely has to show respect and back off, even smiting the Wolf Spirit.
Yeah, he's going to spot Cookie out there as well.
As he should be.
You can see Swiper actually falling behind just a little bit as there's the engagement in the bottom lane. Zap comes through as the Pierce is going to follow up, but Egypt's just going to tank that one. Nice Howling Gale from Denian. That big minion wave means that Hellions aren't going to continue the engagement.
And of course, we are looking towards a level 6 power spike on a Rumble. It's natural to say.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. It's sort of the easiest thing to talk about. The level 6 power spike.
Yeah, once the equalizer is available to be put down, you can't see it coming. No one can ping the top laner as missing. There's also this added bonus of a Flash Alistar headbutt hold combo will be on top of the equalizer, or the Nautilus ultimate can do the exact same thing. Guarantees their displacement.
Well, speaking of guaranteeing, there's the Rend onto Radiant, making sure that he's slowed down. Ejim tanking a little bit more as Denian keeping Frey shielded up. It's Callista doing some work, but Radiant farming up, as you'd expect, pretty nicely. And there's the charm missing in the mid lane, but Light Binding not going to find the target either.
No, it does miss, of course. Just trying to be pokey and a little bit cheesy in this middle lane between them all. Get small advantages where they can, but it's that first recall where the power does start to build up in this middle lane. Same with the bottom lane when you get the BF sword from Raider.
Yeah.
Trading starts to go back a little bit more in their favor.
Speaking of which, that has just been picked up. Slight CS lead as Frey is going to head back to base now as well. Grabs himself that recurve bow. And speaking of basing, Cheese is going to go back as well. Possibly answer with a Fiendish Codex of his own, as that's what Bomb's returning to lane with. Oh, actually going for the Chalice, so getting a little bit more that resistance just to
Remember,
make sure that he survives.
This patch, they changed the cost efficiency of Athene's Unholy Grail.
Ah, true.
Same with the Morellos, which is why a lot more players are going both of those items over the Frost Queen's claim.
Finally, supports are like, yes, we get our item back. Radio going to continue shoving this one forward. Of course, that's a huge wave, sorry, that Frey is going to be able to pick up. So probably going to at least even out, possibly eclipse that CS. Spooks has hit that level 6 mark.
And Ryu as well.
Yeah, they know exactly what's going on, of course. Ward down, so Spooks gets himself out of the area. But Barmy Cinder's now done for Swiper there on the top side, so he's going to have no trouble pushing out. They really want this invade on the side of the Hellions on the blue buff.
I'm not entirely for this invade if Nautilus manages to rotate. In fact, even Lux could get the ult from here. Spooks is trapped though.
Yeah, they're still going
He has to
aggressive. As you
flash.
can see, Cheese hanging out. There's the equalizer. Massive damage on the 3 members of Hellions. And in comes Swiper. Huge knockoffs. The CC from everywhere out of the Chiefs is Cheese. He's coming around. Spooks may fall down, but first blood goes to Cheese. Ryu flashes right after the auto attack as he locks down the kill, but laser beam, and Cheese is going to grab a double.
Cheese picks up an easy double kill. Bomb is potentially in trouble here. Has flash.
Yeah,
Might be
Swiper's
getting
coming
greedy.
around. Flashes over. He's going to get the passive, and Riptide tears him apart.
And yeah, Bomb definitely getting greedy there with his positioning. Tries to walk out to safety, but Swiper, he's doing a lot of damage on this Nautilus. Speaking of Swiper, as we are going to see the replay, manages to get a fantastic flank here also. Bomb actually making sure Cookie gets knocked up with him.
Yeah, a bit sad.
Which is ultimately what gets him killed. And Bomb's left to retreat as Ryu tries his absolute hardest to make positive trades, but can't dodge this laser. Straight on top of him. And what I was going to suggest here, Swiper could potentially work towards the ZZ Rock Portal build.
Oh, yeah.
He's been quite vocal about enjoying it, thinking it's really strong.
Well, at the moment, it looks like he's picking up the Sunfire Cape, but you don't know that Chain Vest now in his back pocket. Causing doubt in the mind, Rusty.
I think it'll at least be the Sunfire this time around.
Okay. Damn it. I wanted really early ZZ Rot Portal so we could see those little minions. They're adorable.
The major thing as well with the ZZ Rot is it's great on Nautilus, but it's not necessarily great against Quinn. But it's just something to keep in the back of your mind because it's entirely possible.
Oh, Spooks. He's going to find Cookie. Look at the damage out of this Rumble. He burns down the kitty cat. Has to flash out of the way of the rocket there as there's the equalizer, exactly like you said. Denian manages to shield his Nidalee. Chiefs without a big cooldown for a little while.
No, banking on the Jinx ultimate connecting, but Cookie still had his flash after that last fight. Hello.
Yeah, Swiper's going to find Ryu, and he's behind his turret right now. There's the dredge line. Ryu has to be careful. This is what I'm talking about. He's just like, come at me, bro.
That's just a very unique gank position, honestly, from Swiper.
Is that a gank?
Yeah,
No, he's by
it's
himself.
kind of like a gank because it's not direct lane fighting. I guess it's technically not.
Very weird stuff, but there's the auto attack empowered by Cheese. He did miss the light binding, but does land the Lucent Singularity, as now Swiper is just going to journey back underneath his turret, dodging spears on the way.
Yeah, Swiper's in a commanding position at the moment in this lane, believe it or not. You're banking on that first recall. Of course, Ryu did have most of the control up until that point. Once you get your Balmy Cinder and use the Riptide to instantly clear waves, pretty difficult for Ryu to look at roaming at all and utilizing the Quinn spells. The ultimate means a lot less.
Yeah, especially when, you know, Swiper's able to put down so incredibly fast. Does like to build the Iceborne Gauntlet as well, so a bit more turret damage possibly available later on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is going to be able to build this one up, but oh, there's the headbutt pulverize in the bottom lane. This Frey not going to eat the zap.
They're just pressing all of their buttons to recall.
Yeah, seems like it. I've got mana left, guys.
This is weirdly standard support thing where support and AD, they want to go back after a wave. So what they do is try and get as much damage out as they can. Even if it's nothing, they just press all of their buttons to waste their mana.
You may as well.
See, I disagree with that though. Really? Because if you're not doing damage with it, what if someone just happens to be ganking you when you press all of the buttons pointlessly?
Ooh, that's a very good point. We do have another tweet. Yuzuki coming in with Swiper feeling naughty. I like it. I like it a lot.
Pretty naughty tweet.
Yeah. Well, Cookie is going to grab himself Harold's buff. Heads back to base there as well with the empowered recall. Definitely handy. As there's the Raptor Cloak has been completed.
Sold the chain vest for the Raptor?
No, it's part of a Raptor Cloak.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, they changed it, didn't they?
Yeah. Built out of the old
Yeah,
Changa's
thought
vest.
so. Yeah, well, there you go.
I like it.
Nice.
Oh, Dredgeline max range there from Swiper as he gets a huge array of burst onto Ryu. He's going to head back to base, of course. Hex Drinker is completed, so a lot of the magic damage of Nautilus going to be mitigated by that one, but you can see, still doing definitely some relevant damage. Swiper's taking up the turret. Has to be careful of his Barmy Cinder sitting in his back pocket, burning down the Quinn, but successfully makes sure Ryu misses that cannon creep. Cheese going to find the combo onto Cookie. Doesn't take him all the way down as Cheese doesn't quite have the items for it just yet, but it's very scary.
Not going to be able to kill Cookie, and I don't think that will change anytime too soon. But Cookie has his completed item, and they do get some nice damage to that middle turret. Depending on what Cheese does now kind of dictates what happens to this middle turret. Or Swiper can just rotate. Yeah, he's got a
Wandering. Yep, there's another Dredgeline flash into the binding from Cheese there as well as the ultimate comes down. Swiper's going to lock it in with the auto attack. Ryu teleports, but I'm not even sure whether they want this now as Bomb's going to get stunned. Swiper down to below half. Riptide for massive damage, but it's a fantastic charm onto Cheese in the backline. But he turns it immediately. Spooks grabs it with the equalizer from the offside. As now Cheese just going to try and wander away. Another flash with the auto is going to get Ryu another kill. But it's 6-2. And the Chiefs are just all over the jungle.
The Chiefs are just rotating much more effectively, not necessarily efficiently, because Spooks comes in to clean up the back end of the fight. They've got a Nautilus who's always going to live through it. Lux with a heal and her W prismatic barrier to keep her alive and healthy. So it just gives enough time for Spooks to come in. And this is even with the Chiefs showing the initiative first, hitting Cookie. Even Cheese using the flash and missing, they still have enough damage on a Nautilus, believe it or not. Yeah, to take out the Nidalee. Ryu comes in, and their target selection is always focused on Cheese. They know that they want to kill Cheese, so the second he gets too close, they try and burst him out. But it takes so long, and they're really fortunate that Ryu gets a trade and has his own flash at all, because that could have been a lot worse.
Certainly could have. What I love about this is the Chiefs' trust that they have in each other. Of course, this is a question that we had for Cheese, is sort of how he was going to meld in with the team. And Cheese got caught out by a charm. Looked like he was walking away. Immediately the binding comes through. Swiper's right there to body block for him as well. Definitely, this is the Chiefs that we saw last week that were looking so much better than their previous times.
Yeah, and it's weird to say that it's Spooks doing it on Jungle Rumble.
Yeah, it is very weird to say.
But
of course,
it's
I'm a lot more
mostly-
confused because I just didn't know that it was such a thing now.
Yeah, it's honestly mostly
I feel like an old man. You know, like I just don't understand what all of these things are for you young whippersnappers there in the jungle.
That sort of stuff. Just watch the LCK.
Yeah, that's probably what I should do.
Speaking of, Spooks is legitimately just an LCK fanboy right now based on his last two jungle picks, of course, showing that he has not only watched them play but has researched how they do it. So credit where it's due, whether it's Spooks or the Chiefs coaching team, making sure that he's effective on it. He is executing quite well.
It certainly is. Of course, the Chiefs have been watching some LCS there as well, as the ZZ Rot portal has been completed now by Swiper. The binding is going to go wide there onto Bomb, who's just wandering up the lane, wanting to find something here onto Cheese, but he's pretty fast now with that Aether Wisp.
It's just so cute to watch the ZZ Rot portal. You put it behind your turret and you leave lane. There's nothing they can do.
Oh, Ejim might have been caught out, but then Bomb discovers that there's so many members of the Chiefs hanging around. Now pushing up this mid lane, 4 members strong. You can see Cookie off to the side, wants to try and lock someone down. Spook's just going to stand on the trap as Swiper makes his way in. 5 people are just going to shove down this mid lane as Ejim goes in. There's the equalizer. Super Mega Death Rocket comes down, but Denian able to try and disengage with that Monsoon. The turret falls as Frey's going to find his way finally into this fight.
Oh, the laser.
Oh, Denian deleted.
Wow, Cheese picks up a kill on the back end of that fight. Honestly, a kill that they almost didn't get. Cheese missed about 3 light bindings in a row.
Make it 4.
And hasn't been able to connect with the targets. And that is really unfortunate for the Chiefs because the equalizer was great from Spooks. It was zoning behind the turret, stopped them from being able to retreat. But Helion's are hyper aware of Lux right now. They're looking exactly where these spells are going and dodging them.
Yeah, making sure they can get stuff sorted. Of course, Spooks has tweeted in earlier on as well. I'm looking forward to some tasty cookies tonight.
Well, he's evidently not allergic,
Yeah,
Cookie.
yeah, see, Cookie? Dang it. His strategy. It's all out the window now. Just look at them. They're so cute. What was extra big one there?
Different definitions of cute.
What do you mean? Look at them. Little purple guys. Look at them scuttle. They're like, I want to get to the minion wave so bad. Oh, little glowing rhinos. Tiny little baby rhinos.
Well, it's like a rhinoceros beetle, I guess. Yeah, I can pay that.
Yeah.
Of course, they do more damage based off your resistances, which is what makes it so effective on a Nautilus top lane. You just get the Balmy Cinder, have your wave clear item in place, and then whenever you've got the ZZ Rock Bottle there, you don't need to lane.
Yeah. Oh, well, geez. Prismatic Barrier's there, but does get hit by the spear from Cookie. As Radier's just like, well, I'm just going to take this top out of turret. 3. Okay.
Yep. They don't need anyone there to protect him. They barely need wards there to keep him alive because they've got knowledge of where Helions are. Of course, Swiper is the one dealing with them in the bottom lane. ZZ Rock Portal dealing with them in the top lane. And Raider's actually able to stop.
No, well, Harpoon actually landing on a bomb, but it's a nice charm. Headbutt Pulverize does go down. Oh, that was close on the light binding there from Cheese. Radiant has moved off that turret though, and Swiper doesn't find the dredge line onto Frey.
That could have been actually quite bad for Frey. He would have taken a lot of damage under that turret. We'll be fine though. And the bottom lane, you'd have to say that turret is inevitable to fall down. Swiper will take a very long time to get down himself, as will the turret if Swipe is defending it. But it is going to go down sooner or later. The Chiefs don't help him.
And we'll see what Hellions are going to do with their bottom lane then freed up after that objective has been taken. You can see, oh, ZZ Rock Portal going to help him out with his wave clear underneath this one as Dredge Line is going to pull that creep in, lock that one down. So Swiper now sending up multiple minions. Look at those tiny little rhinos. Amazing. As there's the light binding. Actually lands this time, but a lot of damage out from Bomb as he's spirit rushing towards Cheese. Does get the flash, as the Ahri needs to be respected, especially now with 2 items.
It's one of those Ahri things where you hit level 11 and your ultimate is about a 65-second cooldown with a bit of CDR on him. Not entirely sure what it is with his exact CDR right now. But that means it's probably lower than Cheese's Lux ultimate. And it gives you 3 dashes offensively. So the second a light binding is thrown, if you can actively dodge it by using the ultimate and putting damage on a Cheese, probably just going to go.
Yeah, well, definitely looked that way, Rusty. He was going very aggressively there in the mid lane, so flash down for the Lux, which is a big deal considering a lack of ability. This Bomb is just going to soak it. Doesn't care about lasers at all, apparently.
They also have Manidali to heal them. Oh, there he goes.
Takes away the blue buff. Chiefs. This is what we saw from them quite a long time ago, actually, just moving the vision line up, taking control of the enemy jungle. You can see they've got both buffs up right now, but that's not what matters to the Chiefs at the moment. It's getting that line of vision, making sure that they suffocate their opponents.
It's also hiding Raider because he's pushing objectives, getting farm, but they don't want him to die. The point still remains, and you can see it from the itemization of Hellions. Magic damage across the board from the Chiefs. So we mentioned this in the drafting phase. The Raider is dead. It takes an awful long time to kill the Hellions, and the Chiefs are banking on him being alive. Hellions are banking on him being dead. So what they're doing is hiding him.
Oh, that Dredge Line at max range. Another massive equalizer. The laser beam. Instant double kill there for Cheese as Ryu trying to get some damage down, but that Harrier not going to do any damage as the inner turret does fall down. Zap was looking for the Quinn. And the Chiefs just on the inhibitor turret. I'm not sure if Hellions are even going to be able to stop this because it's going down so quickly to this Jinx damage. The minigun just tearing things apart. Radiant now, the inhibitor going to go down, and Hellions just can't handle the acceleration of this game.
Not at all, and this comes back to the drafting phase one more time. Hellions have no crowd control. They barely have any engaging options. They have disengage on a Janna, but if one of them gets picked, if a Nautilus hits with the hook, if a Lux hits with the binding, even Aegian with the Alistar combo, they can couple their CC, they can back it up, and absolutely destroy Helion's health bars on whoever is caught in that radius. Exactly what they do just there. Quinn's capable of dying, Nidalee's capable of dying, they don't have a tank. And so they don't have a front line against an onslaughting Chiefs roster.
Yeah, this Hellions team comp really looks to rely on getting those picks, catching the Chiefs off guard. But when the Chiefs just want to team fight you, they're all going to be as 5 the whole time. Feeling like Hellions' abilities to find success in this game are getting slowly more limited as time goes on.
It's just a tactically brilliant execution from the Chiefs, honestly.
Yeah.
The fact that they are hiding Raider, the fact that Spooks is the jungler that is the carry with a Nautilus top lane. So you can gank Swiper, but here's a Nautilus. What's the purpose of that, right?
Yeah.
What is he actually going to achieve besides wasting 20 seconds and probably trading kills?
Oh, Cheese might be caught out here as Bomb's holding onto the charm. Immediately gets it at point-blank range as the Lucent Singularity is still down, slowing the members of Hellions. Another equalizer in fantastic position as Ryu tries to flash out of the way of the ultimate. Another flash there from Bomb as well as he's trying to escape, and Harpoons can't quite find the Quinn. Chiefs just say, all right, well, we'll just continue pushing.
Yeah, they turn it almost back around. They make it a 1-for-1. And they don't get more members. Of course, Bomb did flash. Ryu also flashing to safety. And the Chiefs showing their team composition off one more time. Hellions banking on that late game. And you're right, banking on a pick to set themselves up. Because if 5 members are alive from the Chiefs, they're an unstoppable force.
And Hellions do have a fantastic way of sort of chaining kills together as well. Like, once they get that snowball rolling, things could have been great. But unfortunately, just hasn't been the case, as inner turret in the top lane is going to fall down. Chiefs now pushing forward with 4 members. Ejim gets caught by the charm, but look, it's the bull and the horns thing, right? Just doesn't really care.
There's also a rot portal keeping Ryu busy in the side lane, so this is a very obvious and defined weakness from the Hellions when a rot portal is capable to be built. Is that, honestly, Ryu is dead.
Yep, dead. Oh, no! Oh, no, not quite. As he does have the Maw of Malmortius, the shield really helping him out there as the minions might be the ones to finish him off. Flash forward, but doesn't quite find it. Life Binding's going to pick it up in the end as Cheese uses all of his buttons, but does get the kill.
And most importantly, baits the rot portal, so finds a pick as Lux. Capitalizing.
And look, Rhinos are still there.
Exactly.
So
capitalizing on the weakness of the Hellions roster is that they are always inclined to split push. They ban away Fiora, which has the team fighting, bottleneck him into Quinn, get a pick, start the Baron.
Well, they have. They're going down quite low, though, but it is going to be secured. Denian now takes a huge amount of burst as Cheese makes his way over. Fate's Call has to be used to get the Janna out of the fight as Bomb just sacrificing a bit of his health by walking over that red carpet. Chiefs heading back to base, but Baron buff now in hand. And they've had control of this game from almost minute 1. Apart from maybe in that bottom lane where Frey was playing quite nicely, but just looks like Chiefs got exactly what they wanted this game.
They've given over the Kalista knowing they have a plan in place. That Nautilus priority pick was a big deal to these guys. And once again, I feel like this entire game has been decided from the drafting phase. It did come down to execution from the Chiefs to ensure the drafting meant something.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what they've done. They get a ZZ Rot Portal. Ryu's job on the Hellions roster is essentially void. He has to deal with so much more of an issue in every single side lane he tries to address because Swiper just places the portal down there and then goes and joins his team. The Chiefs, as a 5-man roster, have the best team composition they could hope for.
Well, we'll see whether they get it in game number 2, of course. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it is a best-of-3 series. Hellions do have the opportunity to try and stop the Chiefs from doing this again. We'll see what they are going to adapt in their draft as we move to game number 2, but we'll see game number 1, which is happening right now, whether they can try and turn something around. Right now, Chiefs with a commanding lead of almost 10,000 gold.
Yeah, and it starts to get really rough here for Hellions again. When you're behind this far with an inhibitor down, 2 lanes left to address. You can't split push as Quinn, so they have to team fight.
Well, Dredgeline goes in. Frey gets caught, and Swiper just immediately gets rid of him. Massive 3-man knock-up, and that spells the final spark out of Cheese. Grabs Denian. Some low health bars now for the Hellions as Ryu trying to get what poke he can down, but you can see another max range Dredgeline out of Swiper. This guy's playing like a beast as the equalizer's going to come in. Radier's going to lock down the kill as Bomb. Now the last point of defense with Cookie just respawning here as well. Chompers go down. Last Nexus turret here for the pickings. We'll see whether the Chiefs are going to be able to shove a minion wave towards it. Don't know whether they really want to kill a Nexus or an inhibitor. They're just
waiting on
grouping up as a
minions.
team. Yeah, exactly right. Ejim triumphantly roaring. You can see there's some respawns in from the Hellions though, but a dredge line comes down again. Monsoon has to be used, but it's not enough to save Denian's life as the Jan is going to fall. Nice charm lands onto Spooks, but they have one thing in mind, and that is the Nexus, which is getting torn apart. The Chiefs with a dominant performance here in game number 1. We'll see whether they can back it up or whether it's going to be the Hellions adapting and moving forward their way. But man, that Chiefs roster, I mean, this is what we've been sort of expecting from game 1s out of the Chiefs, but the way that they handled that draft was so beautiful.
Yeah, and honestly, we watched them play against Inferno and roll them over, and we questioned if it was just a fluke from the Chiefs.
Yeah.
They've dropped games to Avad, but here we go, again against the Hellions.
Yeah, exactly right. But we are going to throw it over to the desk to see whether they can break down that game.
Thank you so much. I certainly hope we can break down that game. That's kind of what we're here for, Atlas. Very good cast on that. But, guys, before we get into analysis, I want to pull up the team comp graphic just onto your screen to remind you guys, because I feel like a lot of the conversation is going to be around this. So, as you can see, Nautilus, Rumble, Lux, Jinx, Alistar. I think that's pretty self-explanatory what that means. On the other side, it is going to be Quinn, Nidalee, Ahri, Kalista, as well as Zijana. So, bringing it back to us. I want to talk about the Rumble pick first up, because I like it. Atlas was confused. Froskurin, you know lots about things. Tell me about this Rumble pick.
To make Rumble really, really basic when explaining it, all you need to know is that Runic Echo is going to make him really strong, and he's very low econ. There's 2 different types of champions. There's going to be champions that scale off of items, and there's going to be champions that scale off of levels. And Rumble is one of those ones where his levels mean more necessarily than his items, which makes him perfect for jungle just because, again, you're not getting as much gold as you normally would in a solo lane.
Yeah, and the best thing about Rumble is kind of like Gangplank, that he has a really good fundamental kit that has a lot of things in it, a lot of hidden power.
A lot of control.
Yeah, and then when you give him gold, he gets better. There are certain champions that you give gold to and they just kind of stagnate and they don't do anything. They generally sit in the support role. Rumble, great kit, and then when you give him gold, even better than what he was. And that's what we saw in this game. Now I want to go to the draft as a whole, because we keep saying, Chiefs, they're the champions, very flexible. Hellions, they've got one punch. They throw it really, really hard, and if it hits you, you die. If not, you beat them.
And that's pretty much the story of that game there. Punch thrown, they look for an invade at level 6. Couldn't get it off, couldn't really win their 3v3, and then it was all downhill from there. We talked about Hellions being one-dimensional, and they only have one team comp. They played it. Chiefs knew exactly what to do.
And I really want to quickly touch on kind of what went wrong in that invade. It would have been so much better if they had just invaded, like you were saying, Jake, when the mid laners were level 6 versus the junglers being level 6 and having those ultimate availables. The one thing about Nidalee, she's super potent and powerful right now, but naturally Nidalee's level 6 isn't going to mean nearly as much as Rumble's level 6. So I think that was the fundamental error there.
Yeah, it certainly seemed to be the case. And the other thing that worried me is that they threw 2 bans. Obviously, Ryze is gone as well. At Ryu, they picked Nautilus, like, just off the bat. They showed their hand. They're like, this is what we're going to do. In fact, Swiper has been very vocal that he's the best tank, so Ryu must have known it was coming. And the response was something
Quinn.
we've seen before. What does that mean for Hellions at the moment? Because that's not a good response.
Yeah, I mentioned this already. It's just sort of inflexible play from Ryu in general. He is a strong carry player, but he's only shown carries, and Swiper has gone between carries and tanks. Obviously, he's on the Nautilus hype train right now, but the champion's looking good, Swiper's looking great on it, and Ryu really does need to get unlocked for the Hellions to move forward in their games, and when he's only playing one way and he's kind of backed into a corner and has to play Quinn, just feels like he can't get anything going.
Yeah, it certainly did seem to be the case. And what that meant is that Chiefs were able to pick up a Game 1 win. But don't go anywhere, guys. Hellions get a chance to bite back in 3.5. Don't go anywhere. back to the OPL, guys, where we just saw Chiefs run over Hellions in Game 1, which is our match of the week. It is 3rd versus 4th, and Chiefs really did come out swinging against what was a stagnant Hellions in that comp. But yesterday we asked you on social media and the broadcast, what's your question for the shoutcasters or for the analyst desk? Tweet at us at _Oceania. Use that hashtag IamOPL. You can win a Firecracker Jinx skin, which is Frostgurren's favorite skin. She's very excited about this. And we're going to open it up. This is going to be somewhat an event. So I ask you at home to please bear with us as we try and meander our way through this one. I think it's fair. So let's have a look. We're all on screen. Here we are, everyone. Where are they going? Okay, cool. So let's get the first question up. And the question is going to be at games_tail. And what champion would you say you are most like and why? Atlas, I am starting with you on this one.
Champion that I'm most like.
Take a knee.
Well, take a knee?
Yeah, you're like really contemplating over there.
Yeah, no, I really am. I think it might be Lee Sin, just based on the fact that I'm blind to what Korea's doing and can't figure out the Rumble jungle.
Rusty, coming to you for this one.
Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank?
Yeah. Because I personify his playstyle to human.
I just thought Rusty.
I was going to say
Rusty
Bard.
Blitzcrank. That was good. Pastry?
I was trying to think about it. It's actually kind of a fun question. I'm going to go with Ezreal because I try and look cool and just usually end up feeding.
Frost?
Both in and out of game.
Punch first, ask questions while punching.
Yeah, I'm going to go with... that's a good one. I'm going to go with Heimerdinger because I'm really annoying. But I guess that's my response, so there you go. Let's get the next one up on our screen. It is going to be Lunar Gamer, and they ask, who do you think is their prime at their prime at the moment in the OPL, and why? Pastry, coming to you first for this one.
In their prime, clearly Legacy. I think they've just been playing so well. Everyone on the team is firing. The metagame still... Oh, player. Sorry. Which player do I think? It's probably a Legacy player. I'm going to go with... I'll go with Carbon. I was going to say Tala. He's been playing well, but Carbon's just been looking amazing.
No, I completely agree. Carbon's out of his mind. Great right now.
Yeah, I think right now I'm actually going to go with Swiper. I think he's in his element. We just saw that game that he was able to dominate. Even when Chiefs look bad, Swiper looks good for me, and that's kind of scary if you're anyone that isn't the Chiefs. Coming over to Rusty first.
I'm going to say this week and last week's Spooks, probably the highest performing player in my opinion at the moment, is really in form.
Yeah, well, I'm going to sort of throw a wrench in. I think that Shelby looks like he's massively in form at the moment because he's got a team that's not necessarily working, but his jungle control has still been fantastic.
Yeah, certainly is. Shelby is one of the mainstays in the OPL jungle. He's performing great. Next question up on the screen. It is Abyss Sebi, and it says, what season/meta would you love to see or cast again in 2016 or the near future? Going to start this one with one of the color casters. Let's go to Rusty first of all.
I kind of want to watch Uzi play Lucian again on the first rework. I like watching him ice skate. I think I'd have to go with that, yeah.
Atlas, have you got one?
Not really. I don't quite know. I sort of like the sort of massive dragon fight meta. So maybe like, back when Rumble was strong, say late season 4, I believe, was about. Yeah, something like that.
Let's just go with the team fight meta.
Team fight meta,
for the play-by-plays. Pastry?
Season 3 China, where they just tower dived all day. That was probably the most one.
I want to go back to the protect the Twitch comps. You had old school CLG where you had like Tarek, Shen, Twitch. You line up in a corridor and just shoot fish in a barrel.
Yeah, it certainly was fun. I'm going to go Season 1 Worlds, where AP Alistar was proven to be the most ridiculous champion. There was top Malzahar. There was like Blitzcrank Garen lanes running around Summoner's Rift. I enjoyed the game when there was no meta. As we have a look down the line, it is going to be Carlos GMGCD. That is a very strange name.
Well done, Spawn.
Do you think that the Oceanic teams will have a better international results this year? Pastry, coming to you. We had to cast it last year. It was a little bit heartbreaking.
It was, and I think the Aussies have done well, or Oceania in general has done well kind of year upon year. I would say yes, based on the results and how the team seem to be improving, but the worry is that once we improve, everyone else above us improves as well. So can we run fast enough to catch up? Not too sure, but I think we'll definitely see improved results year on year.
I think the biggest question really here is the current form of Legacy, since they're the top team in the OPL, better than the current form of Chiefs that we sent last year? And frankly, I'm actually going to say no.
Good use of the word we, by the way. Oceanic at heart. I love that for Oscar. Atlas, going to throw this one over to you, buddy.
I actually think that we're looking better. I think that the infrastructure is definitely far more secure now for the Oceanic Pro teams, so I have a feeling that we're going to have a whole lot more luck at RWCR when it rolls around.
Rusty, what's your thoughts on this
Results, maybe not. Performance, yes. I think that's the one big thing I will take from this. I think our performance internationally will be improved. I can't tell you how we will actually go as a result because we don't know who we're against yet.
Yeah, that's the biggest one for me. I think we measure ourselves against ourselves at the moment and leave the results for later. They will start to speak for it if we continue to grow as a region. Let's grab another one quickly up on your screen. It is from Lipton Kai, and it says, who do you think is the most underrated player in the OPL? I'm going to kick this one off, and I am going to go with Seb. He is a very good jungler. I actually think that Seb, as far as like his inexperience, hasn't been around for that long, but his mechanics, his decision-making, everything is good. As soon as he learns how to transition his lead into a team lead, the guy will be a monster in the jungle. Going to throw this one over to Rusty first to get us started.
Kuden, probably. I think that he's a guy that has been slaughtered in solo queue with opinions of other pros, and as such, everyone that watches the OPL does start to resonate with the same feelings. I think Kuden is actually quite good.
Yeah, I think so as well. Atlas, I'm going to remind you this is an OPL player, and please answer according to the question.
Sudden Fear is not in the OPL.
Damn it, I was going to go with Christmas trees again. No, Pac-Man, I think, in the top lane. This guy definitely showed up last week. Looking forward to what he can do for Trident, but I just love his attitude and the way that he wants to self-improve. So I'm looking at Pac-Man as far as our sort of most underrated player.
Frostgurn, are you going to go with Cookie, or are you going to surprise me here?
I'm going to surprise you. I thought about Cookie just for you. I'm actually going to go with Rekt. I thought Rekt has had really up and down performances, but even when his team loses, he still manages to look good, and it's just unfortunate that he's simply a sub and there's no room for long-term improvement there.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case. Pastry, you got a smirk.
I'm going to steal Cookie. I actually think Cookie is quite underrated, but is improving game on game as a player, so I'm excited to see him go off.
Certainly is, and I believe we have one more for you guys. It's from Jill Star Lol, and it says, what are your favorite roles and why? Atlas, going to send this one over to you, because do you actually have a favorite role right now?
Mid lane, probably, because I like the fact that it's short and I can run away from junglers easily.
Rusty, what's your favorite role right now?
I think it comes back to my favorite champion once again. I'm going to go with support, and the reason that I like it is I don't have to lane. Now, my AD carry may not be a fan of that, but I don't lane.
Yeah,
No, he's been playing River. That's not support. He's been playing River.
Last time I played with Rusty and I was AD carry, he went Smite Evelyn, counter jungle, he called it. It just didn't ever come to lane. Pastry, what's your favorite role? Why?
It used to be bottom lane. I used to be an AD support player, but it is mid lane. It's fun. I get to do things and outplay people. It's just a fun lane.
I'm the LPL girl. I love the AD carry. Jinx is my favorite champion, and Firecracker Jinx is my favorite skin.
Yeah, certainly is. And I am a top lane main right now because I like to be alone and brood on my thoughts while I slowly lose games at my elo. It's not great. Thank you so much for the casters for popping in for a little bit of a visit, but we're going to throw them away for a bit and come back to the analyst desk where we're going to have a chat about game number 2. What I want to open up to you guys, after all the fun, we've kind of had some time to think about this. What is a change that Hellions need to make going into this game? Because the Chiefs did everything right, it looked like, that time around. What do the Hellions now look at?
Well, the big thing, though, is what do the Hellions actually change? Because the last team composition still fit the Hellions to a T. Like, that's exactly how they want to play, and that's how they win in the past. So, yeah, you look at that and say, well, the draft, taking Quinn into Nautilus, that's a little bit questionable. But if that's, like, your comfort champion and that's how you normally win, then that's more so we need to change entirely our identity about how we go about winning the game rather than adjusting a few picks.
Yeah, and I don't think they can just go ahead and change styles immediately. For me, it's changed the way you're playing the game here. I think more than anything, Hellions need a proactive element in their game to sort of help them get to the mid and late stages where they have shown they can shine. For me, Hellions are a team that are definitely still working out, some of the issues there on the team, stylistically in particular with the way they play. But I think if Cookie especially, or maybe Bomb in the mid lane, can get something rolling early on, because the bottom lane's not going to do it, and Ryu's constantly getting camped, there are ways and spots on the Rift for them to get work done. They just need to start doing a bit more of it.
Yeah, they certainly do, but especially if they want to make this a 3-game series. It is currently 1-0 to the Chiefs, but we are ready to get into game 2, guys. So here is Atlas and Rusty, whose name I got right this time, to take us there.
Thank you very much, Spawn.
Spound.
Nailed it. Actually, I miss you guys. That was so much fun having them hanging out with us, answering questions, stuff like that. Of course, we do have a game on our hands, though, as Hellions are going to do their very best up against the Chiefs here. And we'll see whether we are going to get any more rumbles here in the jungle or whether the Chiefs actually have a plan here for game number 2. Because the question that I have to raise is the fact that they always look like they have a plan for game number 1. Do they have the same amount of preparation for game number 2 this time?
Or do they default to the standard Chiefs style? Of course, they can just pick comfort champions, fall into the trap of late-game team fighting where Hellions do start to thrive themselves. I would like to think they have a plan coming into this one.
Yeah.
What I will allude back to one more time is how they actually beat Hellions in Game 1, and that is by negating the split push strategy and just having a better team fight composition. I feel like quite easy to execute on. Comes down to the Nautilus that they get rid of.
Yeah, so immediately banned away here by the Hellions. They are, of course, on our blue side right now, so they have the priority pick. And we'll see what is going to be banned away now by the Chiefs as far as working out what has the most power on this patch. Are the Chiefs going to leave the Kog'Maw open? Let Hellions pick that one up. We'll see whether it is going to happen as Gangplank is going to be banned away from Bomb and Ryu. Of course, Ryu playing it more often than not there in the top lane, but not going to happen.
Safe to assume, of course, that Chiefs will stick to the same ban pattern, just ban away from the top lane. Yeah, try and keep Ryu down. He's shown proficiency on 2 champions indefinitely, but shown that the third one has a way to work around it. Not necessarily just defeat Ryu, but to win the game around him while he is helplessly watching as it unfolds in front of him.
Exactly. The Lulu, of course, is another one of those options there if the Chiefs want to get rid of that or leave it up, as Rumble is going to be the adaptation here from adaptation. What is adaptation? That's not even a word, as Fiora is going to be banned away. Adaptation, is it a word?
It's a word that you can write but not speak. Or no, the other way around. It's a word you can speak but not write.
Nice. And I spoke it, so nailed it.
I have no idea which way it is. It's one of them.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I tried. Callista is going to be banned away here on the side of the Hellions, though, and Chiefs now with one final ban. Gragas, Kog'Maw, Lulu. Good God, there are so many champions that they could be picking right now, as Kog'Maw is going to be the one. The Void Puppy is going to hit the bench. Back in the cage, you little puppy Void guy.
Which is a fair assumption as well, that the Denian is going to play Janna.
Yeah.
So getting rid of the Kog'Maw, still knowing and recognizing that it's going to be a Janna on Denian, Miz just gets rid of the strongest combo possible.
That's a very good point.
Hellions, with their first pick available to them right now, do have that Gragas, which is worth noting. We'd like to think that Cookie can play it.
Most definitely. And of course, the Nidalee is there once again if they want to pick that one up, but I think Lulu sort of has to be addressed here. I mean, there are a lot of decisions that they could make. Man, so many tasty
It might not
options.
even be worth addressing the Lulu. It might just be worth giving it over in first rotation, picking something stronger for themselves. Cheese on a champion like Lulu. He does play aggressive, but it's not as aggressive as it possibly can be. It doesn't have the burst of the Lux, has more utility in trying to keep other people alive.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about having extra utility for Radiant to perform. The guy already does 34% of the team's damage. Probably don't want to facilitate even more. Sounds a bit terrifying to me. But it is going to be the Gragas that's going to be picked away first up. Of course, was banned away by the Hellions in game number 1. Now going to be snapped up from those guys. So Cookie most likely going to be playing that champion, unless we're going to have some throwbacks to the old Rusty in the mid lane with the Gragas for a very long time ago. Man, I'm digging into the history books for that one.
That's a deep dive.
Yeah, I love it though. You know, is the OC Gragas player who could only play it with NA ping. As Lulu and Alistair are going to be locked in here for the Chiefs. And it is probably going to be Cheese playing that one in the mid lane, but we'll see as Alistair is locked down for Egypt.
Yeah, it's the fair assumption as well. So Lulu is naturally going to be picked up on the first rotation on red side if it's not addressed by blue side. In this case, Chiefs pick it up with the Alistair, which is another strong champion at the moment. Of course, not necessarily the highest priority support anymore, just still always going to be a strong champion. Kog'Maw being brought back into the meta gives you some kind of hard engage to kill that Kog'Maw. But it's not necessarily something that Frey would go towards either as an AD carry. I'm surprised they're banning it away. He is just a Lucian main.
He is, most definitely a Lucian main. I mean, I believe it's like almost above 75% of his games are on that Lucian. Of course, did play the last one on Callista, but now they're going to ban it away on the blue side as Cookie, considering the Yasuo-Gragas combination that Sin made work fantastically well for them yesterday, but probably not going to be picked up here as Thresh is what's going to... Whoa! Thresh! Hang on. This is Denian. Whoa.
Yeah, not the Janna.
Not the Janna at all.
Going to a more aggressive with a hint of passive still support. Of course, the Lantern will make do. And the question has to be brought up now of can Denian actually play Thresh effectively? He's had a game on Morgana. It was actually quite successful.
Yep.
He's good at hitting skill shots. He's an AD carry by trade.
He's been dealing with Threshers for a long time. He understands that in order to get out of a death sentence, you flash forward into the enemy team.
Yeah, well, it's one of the few AD carries that does that. But it shouldn't be an issue seeing him play a champion, at least mechanically. It's less so the mechanics, it's more so the actual intricacies of being support in the 2v2, not being the AD carry. Ejim even said it himself in that interview we saw earlier. They're just masking the weakness by making him pick Janna. Well, the weakness isn't masked anymore.
Most certainly not. He's definitely in the forefront now. We'll see whether he's going to be able to create the engagements that Hellions are looking for. as it is going to be Jinx and Nidalee locked away. So, Nidalee for Spooks once again. We saw him last week. Man, tearing people apart on that Nidalee. Of course, up against Seb as well, a renowned Nidalee player himself. It is going to be Radiant now picking up the Jinx once again. The cow and the crazy lady in the bottom lane.
It's just one of the few AD carries to be going for the Jinx also right there.
Yeah.
No one else is really opting into it. Of course, the Renown's Hurricane, Infinity Edge style Jinx build, quite strong. Gives you extra wave clear to keep up with a lot of other AD carries. There's a lot it can do.
And Ryze is actually being hovered, but I highly doubt it will be picked up as Ryu doesn't have a page for him anymore.
I don't think we need to shake an 8-ball for this one.
No, sad stuff. But Quinn, no surprises there if he's going to lock that one away. And Luck's going to be picked up there for Bomb in the mid lane. So a lot of wombo potential, a lot of potential for Cookie to screw things up there for Bomb as well, potentially. But we'll see what is going to happen here as the pick that can come out of the Hellions is definitely a big deal.
I'm so sad that it's a Quinn top lane for Ryu as well. I know that Swiper wants to play Galio at some stage in the OPL in the top lane.
Hey, you can catch her out of her vault, though, pretty easily. Just put down that idol of Durand. Just like, boom, yeah, you staying here now, girl.
Look, yeah, that's at level 6. And that's the concern, is everything leading up to that level. So, Swiper, the question is it Lulu or is it a tank that can go ZZ Rot to once again deal with Ryu's split pushing consistently? I would imagine that it's Cheese playing the Lulu and that they will pick something tanky for Swiper. But the Nautilus is gone. What's he going to go?
Yeah, well, Poppy is still available, of course. Still relatively strong after a couple of little hits there with the Nerf bat. 6 seconds to go, though. So the Chiefs do need to make up their mind. Oh, my goodness! We're going to even more crazy picks here as the Rammus in the top lane now for Swiper. We've seen this a few times. This is one that I actually know, ladies and gentlemen. Thank goodness. And,
yes, it is. Well done.
Yeah.
Of course, it does, yes. He's a tank top lane. That's the one thing that we were looking towards with this team composition. Something you may not immediately consider is the Lulu can speed a Rammus up.
Oh,
that's a pretty fast power ball.
Yeah.
In fact, it's a speed ball then, and it will do a lot of damage. You can't kill him. Stop split pushes. I just feel like the Rammus is actually really good in this composition. The thing, though, with Rammus top lane, generally you're picking it into an armor stacking team so that you can build the armor yourself to be unkillable.
Yep.
He's against the Gragas Lux. There's a fair bit of magic damage, so ganks early could still hurt Swiper. Teamfights late could still hurt him potentially. The counter argument to that is Lux is a high burst, high cooldown champion.
Yeah.
And if he's using all of that on Swiper, the rest of the Chiefs will run them over. So Rammus is still a good pick here.
Well, and especially for locking down a single target here as well. And with the Hellions liking that split push style, of course, Ryu always wanted to be in that lane on his own. Being able to make sure that they lock down one person is pretty handy as well with that puncturing taunt, which is just ridiculous CC.
Absolutely. And of course, all the extra resistances he gets from W, the defensive ball kill.
It's going to be very, very scary. But we want to hear from you guys. Who do you think is going to take this game? Use the hashtag HLNWin if you think it's going to be Hellions, or use hashtag CHFWin if you think that the Chiefs are going to be able to take this one out 2-0. And this game very much excites me because I want to see whether the Chiefs can back up what was a fantastic performance in game number 1 with another one of equal level in game number 2, because that has been where they've been lacking, in my opinion. And we'll see whether they can do it this time. It does look like their team comp is definitely well-rounded. We'll see whether they can make it work. I just love the view from up here.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it's
it is
real
quite
nice.
nice. Of course, the Chiefs, I feel like the question is there, as you mentioned, are they able to back it up in game number 2? The drafting is still what the Chiefs want. The major conflicting difference is they have given over the Gragas to Cookie.
Yep.
He's got a lot of early wave clear now that is actually quite underrated. Speeds up his jungle clear times. Maybe not to Nidalee tier, but to just under, which means the ganks are still quite potent and quite early. And of course, that's the change on the Gragas W having a 250 AoE.
Oh, well, you can see Swiper. There's a little armadillo hanging out here on the top side of the map. Bit of a dung beetle at the moment with that skin, but Spooks maybe trying to clear out that ward, but can't quite. There's nobody Nidalee going to be taking to the jungle this time around. And Cheese and Bomb just mucking around here in the mid lane.
He's having a laugh.
Two champions with the most ridiculous laughs as well, which is kind of cool. Kind of cool or really, really annoying. I don't know.
Default to annoying.
Default to
Bomb,
annoying.
can you just calm down?
He wants to go home, man. But we do have a tweet in from Yuzuki again. Can I be underrated? I just earned to be mentioned on broadcast.
I just really ain't.
I just earned.
Of course, that's meant to say want.
Want,
Meant
yeah.
to say want.
Yeah, so I tried to read it as an actual sentence. Yuzuki, man. If you had have managed to get that sentence right, I
Who are we
probably would have changed my vote.
mentioning on broadcast?
Yuzuki?
Who?
Because he was mentioned just before. As Cookie, might have to be
Thanks.
careful.
Ruining the joke.
Yeah, no, I didn't even realize that there was a joke. I'm getting excited about this sick invade that's going down, as Cookie is going to be able to get the smite off, but that level 1 taunt not going to quite do the work here from Swiper.
No.
Look at that. Okay, so Swiper's just hanging around with his support, trying to stop this double jungle from going down.
Yeah, it's a completely different beginning here for the Chiefs. Of course, they have lane swapped. Keep that in mind. So Jinx is farming the top lane. They just don't have anyone bottom. And Swiper's not opting into using his teleport because they're farming the jungle as a duo, which is just so unique and different. It's actually quite good. They've denied a lot. They force them away from the blue buff. They take the wolves and force, of course, to the red. So it's predictable which side of the map they're going to be on. And they are doing the 4v0 push.
This Rammus is so cute, man. Oh, too many adorable things in this series. This Cookie is going to smite away the red buff here as Ryu going to head towards that bottom lane, start this fast push happening as the Chiefs have done the same thing towards the top side of the map. Of course, Spooks was able to grab his blue buff uncontested and now is invading to try and pick up the enemy blue as well. So a 3-buff start possibly for this Nidalee as now Hellions have made it to the turret.
Yeah, absolutely a 3-buff start here. We go from blue to blue. Comes down to early zoning and the fact that Hellions weren't in place to deal with the lane swap. They were trying to do their Gromp at level 1. Of course, thankfully they got that, so the level 2 was achieved and their jungle clear was still quick, which means that they will be able to get to this turret and take it down at a relatively fast pace.
Radio actually just stopped hitting it because they wanted to kill as many of these minions as possible, as now Hellions are going to be able to shove this one through. Of course, that minion wave going to evaporate very quickly as Ryu going to grab... did he actually share a bit
They
of that?
both shared their gold. They took it as quick as they can. Immediate recalls as we're doing the lane swap.
Yeah. You can see mid lane, a little bit of an island at the moment as Bomb is able to clear out these minions. Losing Singularity helping him out there as well as he's going to head back to base. Cheese, pretty frustrating here on this Lulu at the moment. The amount of harassment that he can put down, but a teleport is there for Bomb.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get his way back in whenever he chooses, straight to that minion. This is going to be the tower dance, I guess, for lack of a better description. Raider about to work his way back to the bottom lane with Ejim, and on the flip side, Frey's already crashing down onto Swiper.
We saw Denian poking his head into the mid lane, but warning pings did go out. Cheese knew that he was hanging around. He's not going to be able to find any joy of a gank, and Siege minion was missed. And Powerball going to be used by Swiper just to get him out of this 1v2 situation here towards the top side as he misses a cannon creep there as well. So Wave not in a great spot for the Armadillo. But see whether he can get anything else done.
Yeah, it's not a great spot. It is still mounting up, so that freeze is coming back and it's going to push and crash down on the turret. So Swiper smartly leaves, doesn't waste any time getting zoned, and in fact, ganking mid.
Yeah, he's level 3. Life Binding not going to find him, sorry. As Swiper just going to head back towards the top side of the map, I believe. But Cookie's there. Ryu's coming around as well. As Hellions looking to try and grab themselves another outer.
Yeah, and the tower dance we alluded to earlier. Naturally, becoming a staple for a lot of teams now in competitive. To get them through that early laning phase, hide their top laners and or their AD carries, depending on what their team compositions want of them. Chiefs being the ones to put it into effect this time around, meaning they want to hide the Jinx. And also potentially unlock the weakness that is Denian.
Yep.
In map rotations as support. Of course, being new to the role is why he would be considered a weakness, if anything else.
Well, Spooks is going to come down. Does have that Primal Surge for Radiant here as well, but one thing I do want to mention is the fact that this was instigated by the Chiefs. This is another Chiefs game where they have a plan moving into it and have managed to get the starts that they want. You can see every single lane is winning in farm right now, even though they are behind a turret by just a little bit. Radiant going to finish this one off very, very quickly, though, and that is going to even things up. The Chiefs naturally going to have a slight advantage of 400 gold here at the 6.5-minute mark.
And primarily that comes down to the jungle CS and the differential between those.
Yeah.
Cheese, showing that he has control of lane means the bomb is locked down, and that is expected. Top laners, they've just been running around and trying to gank where possible in Swiper's case and farm where possible in Ryu's case, which means that junglers have been left to their own devices. And Nidalee has been able to steal it away.
Oh, that was cute. Pink Ward is going to be replaced here, just so that they don't get that 30 gold. It was actually put down next to the blue buff there. Thank you very much, Observers. The Swiper's heading back towards the bottom side of the map. Of course, both of these top laners struggling to find the farm this time around. Ryu with a nice little wave there towards the top side will be able to grab himself a slight advantage, as Dragon number 1 is going to be taken here by the Hellions.
Yeah. Pretty easy first Dragon.
Yeah, but Ryu may actually pay for it here as the Pulverize comes through on the top side. The Exhaust is down. The Quinn uses the Vault to try and reposition, but has to use the Flash as well. Spooks now wanting to chase forward as the Zap isn't quite going to connect. Finds the Spear, and that is going to be first blood for Spooks. The Kitty Cat pouncing on top of the Quinn. As Hellions try to answer with a bit of a struggle around this blue buff.
Yeah, Helion's trying to answer, but not going to be able to. We've seen how proficient Spooks is when he plays Nidalee, how he controls the entirety of the map, and he's already level 6, which is the highest level on his team.
Whoa.
And probably in the game, so he has been power farming. And because that Q misses out of Ryu, saving all of his spell Spooks just ensures the spear connects, picks up an easy kill for his team.
Yeah, really nice read of the Duke there as well. He throws it a little bit high, but Chase shoved that wave all the way in. Ryu is going to be able to grab some farm here, but was equalized by Swiper, who's frozen the bottom side of the map on this Rammus, so he will be able to get some money. Barmy Cinder already done, but blue buff going to be once again stolen away, and the Chiefs going to turn their eyes to Harold. Pick that one up as well, as Ejim probably can't tank it for too long.
And this is another clinical Chiefs game at the moment. The start to this,
Yeah.
they find the lane stop, they get CS advantages. Cookie doesn't actually know. There he goes. So, oh god, they're doing Herald Ghost. Like, whoa!
Okay. Just going to headbutt a ward here as Bomb. Prismatic Barrier is down, but nice little answers and just general frustrating play out of Cheese is going to keep the Lux down. 81 CS to 72 there in the mid lane, but not too much to report on, as it is a Rod of Ages being started off here for the Lulu, and the Frost Queen's Claim going to be item number 1 for Bomb. So despite the changes to Morellonomicon and the Athene, still sticking with that one.
Yep. Lux still benefits a lot from having the Frost Queen's Claim active as well.
Yeah.
Being able to slow them means that they basically have to use a summoner spell.
Right. A tweet comes in from Regret9, of course, support for Legacy. If Hellions are going to win against Chiefs, if ever, it's this one. Chiefs have a 1-threat comp, and they can be easily dismantled. Wow. Dem's fighting words.
I see the 1-threat comp as a legitimate reasoning for beating them.
Is it 1 threat, though? Spook's pretty powerful.
But exactly. They've got a Nidalee who's going to be building offensive items. Will still be considered a threat to a degree.
Yeah.
Lulu's considered half of a threat, so again, Regret is absolutely right that it's a 1-threat comp by nature. But if you actually have a look at the threats on Chiefs, I think there's more than meets the eye at the initial team comp.
I think it's like 2.2 threat comp.
But I'm just going to give you that one. I'm not going to even...
Yeah, don't question it. We find sounds a bit stupid, but Zappy's going to come down just to try and clear out some minions here as Hellions are pushing forward. There's the flash body slam out of Cookie as Radier's going to get locked down. Flash is out of the way though, and here's the team fight. Ryu's down here as well as Ejim, not level 6 just yet, but Swiper from the backside is going to be able to pick one up. Frey's getting destroyed. The Tremors just wreck them, and Frey's going to get picked up by the fantastic zap out of Radier. The Chiefs immediately turn it around, and I saw a few more than 1 threat right there.
Swiper gets straight into the backline and destroys them. It's the teleports and the grouping up. Helion's used everything to try and take Radair out, but he lives through it. And that's where it starts to go bad, because yes, at this stage in the game, Atlas, there is more than 1 threat. And they capitalized on that. The engage was great from Helions. Let's be fair. Denian's flash to get Cookie in range to use his flash body slam sets them up nicely, but Spooks is already nearby. And Swiper teleports in, and he soaks the entire culling while just walking at them with his ultimate on and takes them apart.
Jesus. Rank 1 Tremors does so much damage. I did not realize quite how much damage that did.
Well, Rammus is one of like the most underrated champions for his ultimate. It's such a low cooldown. It hits turrets,
Yeah.
which you would feel is an undervalued feature of it also. And it does a reasonable amount of damage. Have you ever played AP Rammus?
No, but I want to now. So
Wouldn't
badly.
advise it, but it can work.
Be right back, Rusty.
It does. Does a lot of damage.
Well, Chiefs going to clear out this mid lane here as Cheese with the Glitter Lance doesn't have too much troubles there. Rod of Ages has been completed now for the Lulu, as well as that Runic Echoes by Spooks. Death Sentence not going to be found there as Danny in level 4, fortunately, on this Thresh after that mishap there in the bottom lane. But he hasn't been too bad. I mean, that play in the bottom lane did manage to get them on top of Radier. As Ryu now with Bird form available, and he's just jetpacking around.
Danian's definitely struggling. The fact that he's level 4 says it all. EGM level 6 goes to show which team is in control,
Yeah.
which team is handily winning. Of course, supports fall behind by a fair amount in experience at lane swap styles.
Oh, God. Bomb just laughing at himself for missing a light binding.
With a laugh like that, could be perceived as insanity.
Yeah, well, that's true. Definitely sounds that way. As Swiper seems to be a River Rammus at the moment. What's your play style, Rusty?
Well, he's been playing River Rammus since the start of the game.
Yeah.
And it's effective only because he is Rammus.
Look at him just navigating them. He's just like, aha, don't want to hit them. Of course, doesn't really achieve too much, as they are just pushing out here in the mid lane. But we'll see whether the Chiefs can get anything more going. As it's 8 seconds until the Dragon again. Prey takes so much damage there from Cheese, but Life Binding comes down. They want to find the laser, but the taunt's going to make it too hard as Spooks picks up that kill. Hellions now forced to defend this mid lane, and Frey, he doesn't have a whole lot of health bar to do so.
No way in the world can Helion stop this from going down. Swiper has been so important in this team for game number 2.
Yeah.
Setting them up for ganks, giving them small advantages in laning phase, and still finding ways to be super relevant when in a lane swap scenario and behind. He's actually set them up with Spooks to get them further ahead in this game, get the ball rolling for Radair, who is their late game carry. It's exactly what the Chiefs want to execute on, and they are doing so.
Yeah, and I mean, his Nautilus last game as well, rotating so quickly, now playing this Rammus that just is never in a lane, always helping his team. Swiper most certainly is stepping up to the plate this game.
Also only 10 CS behind, well, a little bit more now on Ryu,
Yeah.
who has been exclusively in side lanes.
2-0 and 3 after the fact as well, so all but one of the kills has been assisted by the Rammus. Infinity Edge actually first up here by Radier. Interesting. Do you know why the adaptation, whichever word you want to go with, instead of the Renan's Hurricane?
Just wants more damage on the turrets as soon as possible. Could have gone for the BF Sword Zeal type of route, but it's not very efficient. A finished item is always more efficient.
I like it. Look at that ghost spawn on the other side of the wall. It's very weird. Ejim is going to be discovered by it, though. I thought Bomb was just trying to do all of his buttons to try and take down that blue buff, and the ghost just didn't listen to him.
That's double
Wow.
CS difference, by the way, in the jungle.
Yeah, Spooks has been farming a lot on that in Italy. More than double.
Yeah, major difference between these guys. And that is where the big advantage lies for the Chiefs, because he was level 6 early. So they got those first big kills after the towers went down and opened up the map further for themselves.
And okay, so is it still a bad idea to go first item Thornmail? Because Swiper's done it.
Let's preface this by saying it's first item Balmy Cinder,
Okay,
which gives you health and wave clear, which is what you actually need. And then you get the Thornmail, which is just stacking the armor.
well, Cheese is just going to soak the final spark. Flashes out of the way of the culling, uses the wild growth, and Bomb almost dies, actually, as Radier did use the
he's
rocket,
dead.
and he takes him down. Lux can't flash that one.
That was amazing from Radair. Hits the gap, essentially. A second late, they would have blocked it. Second early, would have missed. Radair, pinpoint accuracy on this Jinx.
Fantastic stuff, as well as Cheese sort of... I'm not sure whether he was baiting it. It is Cheese, so you never really know.
Cheese wasn't baiting anything.
Well,
There was no way Cheese was baiting anything right there.
he got a heck of a lot of damage down onto Lux somehow whilst he was getting caught. Definitely making up for what could have been an awkward situation there for the Chiefs. Bomb has respawned now, though. Teleport is available from Ryu and himself, but they're all down here on the bottom side of the map. Swiper! Flash taunt onto Ryu! Has to flash out of the way. Gets ignited there as well as Cheese is going to get eradicated underneath this turret. Tremors are still being used here by Swiper as Spooks has picked up the aggro. Final spark for a lot of damage, but the heal comes down, and that is going to keep at least the Nidalee alive. But look at these health bars. They're so low as Radiant now trying to go solo. Picks up one, picks up two, but can't quite finish off the rest. It is going to be Quinn falling down as he picks up a triple, but man, that was so close to the 1v5.
Radiant was so close to getting all of those kills. Almost consolidated.
If he had a Runan's Hurricane, Rusty.
Well, then he wouldn't have had the damage from the Infinity Edge.
Good
Let's be fair. We are going to watch this again. Swiper engaging with the Flash Taunt. It's actually what causes a lot of the mayhem to ensue. No Lulu ultimate available, so it's hard to keep members alive as Spooks definitely overextending and not hitting the perfect Nidalee combo. Raider then left in the front line. Denian, clutch play as well. And this is where Raider goes off, but just gets ticked by a lot of the damage. Still gets a triple, but he was that close to a 1v5 Penta.
It was very aggressive. 15-minute inner turret tower dive on the bottom side of the map, 5 versus 5. 0 flashes remain on the side of Hellions or the Chiefs. In fact, basically every summoner spell now on cooldown apart from a couple of teleports, so massive team fight very early in this game.
But still a lot of money into the hands of Hellions that they probably shouldn't have even gotten.
Yeah.
The Chiefs with absolute control get over aggressive and try and make more happen, snowball sooner, instead of playing the slow game, playing patient, and just getting it done.
Very true. Only 4,000 gold. 5,000 gold is the lead here for the Chiefs, which is nowhere near what it was in game number 1. Cheese, with that Rod of Ages now finished, is going towards what looks like that Lich Bane. Bit of extra single target damage from this Lulu, as Spooks does have his Rod of Ages done as well as the Runic Echoes. And now Chiefs getting sieged on. Life Binding not going to find too much there, as Radia's doing a bunch of work clearing out these minion waves. That's a sign of things to come as far as damage from this Jinx. I'm definitely scared.
This is one of those games where you can just feel the Raider Penta, can't you?
You can.
It does, it just feels like it, but he's against Bomb on this Lux, and this is the major scary.
Throws out the combo as Cheese loses half of his health.
Yeah.
Doesn't even ult.
That's the scary thing, is if that hits Raider, what will happen?
Well, he's dodging out of the way quite nicely thus far. Clearing out minions. Zap not going to find it as Barrel was looked for on the Chiefs members, but they're dodging poke nicely. And the Chiefs now going on the offensive. You can see Swiper, he's managed to push his minion wave past the halfway point. And this is going to spell map control for the Chiefs as Ryu gets stopped by that Glitter Lance. Man, does a lot of damage here from Cheese. He's able to clear out these waves very quickly. Again, the Armadillo makes a bit of a drive-by here in the mid lane. And Harold is going to hit the dust. With 10 seconds remaining. Back to the void for you, Mr. Harold.
So they pick up the Rift Herald buff. They recall one more time to get all of their items. Of course, that does mean the Hurricane for Radiant. So it's going to be quite strong.
Spooks, what are you? So he goes into the pit to recall whilst Baron was definitely coming back.
What he did was place a trap on the Baron.
And put a trap on the Baron at the same time. It was just... You're a silly man, Samwise.
Everyone makes mistakes.
Yep.
That was one of them. But yeah, look, Hellions this time around, I will say their team composition feels a bit better. They've got the Lux for proper pick, Gragas to make that pick work, and Denian on the Thresh for added pick. So they've got their composition set in stone. Their sieging is good. It's just that, I mean, it gets very difficult to kill Raider. It gets near impossible for Ryu to continue split pushing once the Rot Portal is finished again, which isn't far away.
Yeah, very close here for Swiper. Lots of resistances available there as well for this Rammus. Probably, as far as effective health is concerned, needs a health item.
I feel like he's waiting in
top
base
of the Barmies.
for like 30 gold or something.
Or
He's been waiting there for a long
a
time.
home guard teleport powerball gank. That's what he wants.
Well, there was, yeah, one of two things he was waiting for. I wasn't sure which one. He just went back to base again. Definitely wants the teleport.
Yeah, he can feel it. He can feel it.
100%.
Something's happening here as Spooks trying to get himself into a position to at least
There it is.
coax them in. Yeah, the teleport coming down. E-Jim's running very quickly now as Bomb not going to find the light binding. Swiper doesn't want to get the dive as he sees his team might be in trouble. The Cullings come down. Denian is going to die to the Super Mega Death Rock as Radiant is going to lock down one. Spooks wants to find more. There's the flash taunt once again. And Swipe is going to help lock that one down for Spooks. The Chiefs knew exactly what they wanted. They waited a fair bit of time, but they got it in the end, and they might just go straight to Baron. What?
The patience pays, of course. The Chiefs, they don't have enough vision in this area, but what they do have is a very tanky Armadillo.
Oh, they weren't quite sure whether they wanted that one.
They want
Spooks
to bait
throws out a
Hellions
spear.
more than actually do the Baron. But Hellions have established, like you can see, 4 wards around that general area to keep it safe and walk in there knowingly. But if the Chiefs tried to do it, they would die. So, free objective actually given to Hellions here.
Yep. Big minion wave there in the bottom lane as well. Swipe is going to move back down and pick that one up. But yeah, you're exactly right. Free turret. Hellions pick up the objective on the back of a decent team fight pick there from the Chiefs. But long cooldowns on those abilities. Hellions now might have a bit more of an opportunity, but it feels like a much different game than last time. Hellions have some obvious conditions of victory this time around.
Yeah, to put it bluntly, it feels like Hellions have an actual chance in this game just
I
because
know.
of the drafting.
I didn't want to say it. That's what it sort of feels like, but definitely a good thing here for Hellions fans. Losing Singularity with a lot of wave clear.
I mean, Regret said it. If ever there was a game that they could beat the Chiefs, this drafting does work in their favor because, yeah, he's right. It might be a one-threat comp. Their comp's designed to kill that.
Well, nice play comes out. There's the flash from Denny, and though a Swiper not going to get hit by the light binding and is going to be able to just run all the way through here. Body Slam gets Cookie away from the taunt. But the Chiefs, it's just non-committal as well, and that's one Powerball. Swiper can do that as many times as you like.
Well, if every Powerball is a flash, eventually they won't have any left.
Yeah. Oh, nice Glitter Lance there from Cheese. He's going to slow down the Quinn, take a bit of damage off her as well here as Hellions have grouped up. Now moving here up the mid lane one more time. They know that Radier is on the top side of the map. It might be their time to find a positive man advantage, but can't quite find their way in. Of course, do get some vision around this Baron.
But look at the vision the Chiefs have on the mini-map. Everywhere that Hellions go that is a defensive area, 100% spotted.
And the split push is on here from Radier as well as the rest of his team is looking for him. Powerball going to get slowed down, but Swiper has that one for quite a long time. And now Radier just going to transition this one into an inner turret in the top lane, and the Chiefs all here to back him up. Radier getting excited, moving back towards that Baron area is, my God, using that to the skies is really scary, Ryu. What? The owl, it's like crazy bird sound.
Can you make that again?
That sounds like it. That was a chicken. I mean, it's an angry owl, okay?
What sound does an owl make, Atlas?
I don't hoot. It's supposed to be
There
a
you
hoot.
go. Yes, we got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's supposed to be a
So
hoot,
what
but
was
that
the
wasn't
sound
a
that you
hoot.
just made?
I don't know.
Is that a hoot?
It's not a hoot. Exactly. And Ryu's owl has been making that sound, all right?
Yeah, okay, okay.
Oh. Hear it?
Yeah.
It's frightening. Okay, that's all I wanted to prove. Thank you. We're now going to be following Quinn for the rest of the game, much like Jace Cam of a couple of weeks ago.
Oh boy. Oh
Yeah.
boy.
The gym going to be discovered here in the jungle as Radier transitions to the bottom side of the map as we try to regain some normalcy here in this game. And Chief's just going to clear out the mid lane there as well. So Chiefs still looking like they have full control. We'll see whether Hellions can find anything themselves as Legion gets found by a spooky ghost, but they already knew he was there.
Yeah. They're just trying to get control of the map. The ghosts are usually used when you want to place vision, if it's not used for the purposes of killing someone that you can already see or know where they are. Swiper. No,
Yep.
never mind.
Nice use of the Dark Passage there from Denian to make sure that Lux wasn't picked off. Of course, can be a target for these ganks. The Swiper's going to get hooked and flat out doesn't care as he dodges the light binding as well.
To be
Very
fair,
tanky is this Rammus.
that was a flat-out blind hook as well from Denian, so showing caution.
Hey, that's true. Nicely done as Swiper. He's going to get shielded up. Getting aggressive underneath this turret, but just wants to make sure that they lock it down as Chiefs, with their eyes on the objectives at the moment, have now taken down that inner turret on the bottom side of the map. We'll see whether it is going to be the mid lane their next focus or they go back to pressuring that Baron as they've been neglecting it a little bit. Lots of wards now down for Hellions as 5 seconds remains on this dragon, and they will pick that one up on their way through.
Yeah, they already have the second dragon buff as well, which keep in mind increases their damage to structures. So
Yeah.
second dragon still good to take in the way of when you are winning. Third for that move speed, always handy as a Nidalee and Jinx.
Yep, Ryu going to Ghost Blade so that the little rhinos are going to stop pouncing out of the Zizarot portal. Look at him. Oh, no. Don't. How could you do it? It's so cute. Swiper now continuing to run around the river. And the Chiefs sort of haven't really quite made, I mean, apart from taking that sort of inner turret in the bottom lane, they had no real idea to start a fight to finish the game or anything like that. See whether they do have any sort of big plays up their sleeve, because Swiper's got his flash, he's got his teleport, and he's got his Zizarot portal.
Well, this is the slow battle for vision, above all else. Once Chiefs establish outright control of the Baron Pit, if they establish outright control of the Baron Pit, is when you'll see a lot of plays start to get made. Whereas Hellions are showing defiance and resilience right now.
Yeah. And the Hellions are playing like they understand that if they make it far enough in this game, there is a hope for them.
They're just playing to their own strength as a team, not even necessarily the team composition. They are the late game team.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, you can see the Chiefs want to try and clear out vision. It is going to be Radier grabbing the last hit on that ward.
That was weirdly communicated. I feel like Radier must be so close to an item.
Yeah. He's like, man, I really want to finish my Bloodthirster. Although I have a feeling he might be going towards something like a Last Whisper as his next option. Just, oh, actually, no. Why would you? A lot of magic resist built up on the side of the Hellions, and for good reason here, as Cheese is doing a bunch of work. The Ignite's down onto Bomb, flashes forward, but doesn't find the Glitter Lance as Ryu jumped on top of him, but Chiefs will be able to transition into a lot of damage as Cookie looked for it. The rocket did come out, but didn't quite find a kill, as there's the hook onto Chiefs. Massive knock-up from Ejim, though, as he has the ultimate. Swiper in the backline once again. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to get a lot of damage through, and the Chiefs just with so much available to them as Spooks, maybe not that much as he pounces over this wall, is possibly going to be able to get out here as well, as he does have the pounce zap over the top there, as well as the turret's going to fall, and the Chiefs just so coordinated in their play today. They'll break open the base and take down an inhibitor.
Chiefs team fighting has always been fantastic, but Swiper has shown up to play, and he is performing out of his mind right now.
And if we look to those tweets, man, I mean, it's looking like Swiper's the final boss. They put the bosses in the wrong order in this game. Because, man, this Armadillo is so hard to get through. You get on top of that Jinx, she just dies.
It's different.
You can't kill that guy.
There's no way to deal with Swiper at the moment. Ejim is also going to be unkillable. And between Spooks, Radier, and Cheese, they are actually still doing a lot of damage. And God forbid Radier gets caught, there's still a Lulu to keep him up.
And despite the fact that Cheese has been flashing under turrets to try and kill people 1v1, he's still 1-1-6, facilitating for the team very nicely. You can see 3-1-9 though for this Rammus. 4-1-10 for Spooks. 14 out of the 15 kills in this game have been facilitated by this Nidalee.
And is still double the farm, almost, of Cookie. Like,
yeah,
he's doing so much
catching up
work.
to the top laners, man.
Yeah, again, Spooks, the Crash fan in LCK, so trying his best attempt to play like that. Gets all of the farm that he possibly can. Power farms to that 6.
Playing very well. Zizarot Portal going to follow Swiper as he's just going to launch himself towards Ryu. Powerball wears off, doesn't quite get the slow with that Randuin's Omen that he just picked up. And the split pushing has come into fruition. Looks like a 1-1-3 here as the Chiefs going to be pushing down this inhibitor turret towards the bottom side of the map. Of course, Baron did fall down, so Chiefs with a lot more pushing power.
It's getting close to curtain call here for Hellion. Dangerous position right now with a goal lead of this much.
Yeah, and Swiper, the split push is on as the taunt onto Ryu underneath this turret. My God, Tremor's doing so much work as well, as he is going to be able to take down this turret. The split from the Rammus of all champions coming up trumps. And the Chiefs so far ahead right now. 14,000 gold as Swiper just left to his own devices. They have to, because the rest of the Chiefs pushing so hard here towards the bottom side of the map. Swiper now looking for a flank play underneath this turret that he
I think
frankly
Swiper
just
should
won't
just end
care
the
about.
game.
Yeah, he's just looking for Nexus turrets now as well as Ejim holding onto the ultimate, wants to find it. Look at Bomb. Gets
Oh,
taken down
Cookie,
so
no.
low as Cookie just going to wander in and die as Radier locks down the kill. Denian's going to die as well as Radier uses the QSS to get rid of that hook. And there is only one Nexus turret remaining. The little armadillo that could has been ripping apart this base. Hellions now relegated to their fountain as the Chiefs. They're well and truly back here. What a dominating performance.
Absolutely. 2 weeks in a row now the Chiefs have showed up, and yeah, this particular series was won on the top half of the map, just letting Radair do his thing. Swiper and Spooks went off.
Yeah, the River Ramus.
Yeah.
Just roaming around, the lane sort working out fantastically. So much control over the early stage of that game. Really, really looking fantastic here out of the Chiefs.
Yeah, from start to finish it felt like the Chiefs had control, and once again, another 2-0 back on the board.
Yeah, 2-0 here for the Chiefs, but we still do have more League of Legends, and we are going to break down that game over at the analyst desk. Thank you so much, Atlas. And that was a pretty comprehensive 2-0 there from the Chiefs, but let's break down exactly how that occurred. Want to throw it out there. Let's have another look at the drafts, because that was an interesting one out of the Chiefs one more time. You know, they were able to pick up a different feel of a team comp, but one that was still very effective.
To be honest, I feel like they had almost a similar comp there. Like, Nautilus and Rammus are somewhat interchangeable. There's two tanks with good CC, and of course, there's Rot Portal gives you good side lane pushing and pressure there as well. Like, so much of what the Chiefs put together was just a very well-rounded team comp, and I think they could change a bunch of different champions and still have similar results. They're just playing really well so far.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case, and I know that something that we looked at as well backstage was the ability to lane swap. It looked like the Chiefs have it. It does not look like Hellions have that trick up their sleeve for Oscar.
Yeah, but we said this before, that the issue with the Hellions right now is that they just seem like a one-dimensional, like you said, one-punch style of team, and unfortunately they're against probably one of the most flexible teams in OS.
Yeah, certainly are. And we actually have the punch that the Hellions threw, so we're going to bring it up onto your screen. Everything is pretty even at this stage of the game. I mean, the Chiefs have 1,000 gold lead, but they lane swapped much better. And Pastry, take us through this, because the punch came and then it was like they were decked.
Yep, foiled by Rammus. So we'll roll this one out and just watch the work that Swiper does here. Hellions try and start pressure. Cookie, great flash onto Radier, and they try and blow him up, but they don't actually have enough damage. Cookie takes a little too much on the front line. Jinx ulti almost assassinates him, and then this is the Rammus. Just walks in, 1v3, pops the ulti, basically gets a double kill by himself. And that's all the Chiefs really need. They do get another kill there. You can see Swiper once again moving in to take that. And I love Rammus. I love Rammus so much. It's just ridiculous. Every time Rammus rolls into a team fight and pops Tremors and CCs somebody, I'm like, this champion's dumb. Like, what is this?
So obviously we saw Rammus in the LCK, but let's just kind of break down like what makes him so effective right now. You have all these double, triple 80 carry compositions running around, and let's say we had the against Quinn, Lucian, and Lux, very low mobility mid laner, so Rammus is going to be able to get on top of all of them, and its W is going to be doing so much more for him against those double ADCs, which is actually what he maxed in that game, then rushed Thornmail, so he synergized really well with it. Now, Rammus has a really low cooldown on his ultimate, which is also going to be able to help him assist in sieging towers. It's about 60 seconds at level. And then the damage, what did we say? 520 damage at rank 1 ultimate for Rammus. Does earthquakes for 8 seconds. It's 65 damage every single second. That's ridiculous. And it just melted the back line.
Yeah, and even stylistically there as well. Like, Nautilus, Rammus, I said these are somewhat similar champions for Swiper. Not only do I think he's playing tanks and playing them well, but into Hellion specifically. If Ryu's going to play Quinn or Gangplank all game, just play a pick-based tank that can try and stop him and shut down these carries. Because you know Hellions want to split up, just find a good way to catch them. And that's 2 games in a row that's felt like what Chiefs did.
Yeah, it certainly did look like that was the case. And I kind of want to go where from next, because Hellions right now, is this back to the drawing board? I mean, they were 4th. This is against the 3rd place team. That was a big clash that we were looking at. They get comprehensively beaten. Like, what are the next steps? You've been a coach before, Frosker, and how would you attack this as a team?
First and foremost, I would address the draft for Hellions. Again, it's just this question of, I'm sure that they can play multiple other champions, but can they play multiple other styles? But I would want to write that. The Chiefs have always had superior drafts, pretty much in the entirety of the OPL, if you go all the way back to you know, a couple different coaches that were working with them, and the drafts are continuing to be great this time around. We were talking about this in the other room. They take like LCK, LPL, NA, EU drafts, and they work them over into the LPL, so I think they've always been ahead of that. But Hellions need to address their drafting issues, and I think they need to address their lane swapping and just overall macro strategy.
Yeah, and I want to give you the Chiefs, Pastry, because as we said, they've always been a team that can integrate things well, but this looks to be like a new look because they've got cheese, but they're also doing it in a different way now.
Yeah, just again, one of the Chiefs' best strengths has always been being able to take top tier drafts and apply them quickly into a region. They've got flexible players. Swiper can play almost whatever he wants. Rady can play whatever he wants. Swiffer, like all these players learnt how to play different styles and different champions, and they just were able to adapt to any meta. They're really good at quickly adapting on patches. And now that Cheese has settled into be more of a rounder player, like we mentioned at the top of the day, the Chiefs, if they keep playing like this, they keep executing well, they're going to always shift through metas, always look good, and the Chiefs will be the Chiefs. They'll look amazing.
So they looked amazing. We're going to see Legacy play next, but I want to get a score out of you guys. So you got your scorecard ready. Like, out of 10, what was that Chiefs performance? Because we're going to compare notes after the game. So what do you give the Chiefs out of 10 for that performance, Pastry?
For both games?
Yeah.
I think it was actually really solid. Like 8, 8.5. That was a very, like, it wasn't top tier Chiefs gameplay. It wasn't, absolutely perfect, but it was very solid from, like, really exceptional stuff.
Frosk?
I'm really mean. I'm actually going to say a 7.
Okay.
And it's because that I even said, as we were watching the game, I'm like, Rammus should be flanking right now. They could just end the game if Rammus flanked, but instead he was setting up a Z-Rot portal bottom and trying to push. And obviously he has pressure on towers because he can put his Earthquake down, but it's just like these little things that mean that they're not quite perfect and optimal in their play.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I want to be able to use that to compare them against our next matchup. It will be Legacy taking on Inferno, so don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to bring you that one in 3.5. Welcome back to the OPL, guys. We just saw the Chiefs 2-0 Hellions in pretty emphatic fashions, but we have the second matchup of our double headers. It is going to be Legacy taking on Inferno. We're actually just going to jump straight into this one. Bring the lineups on your screen. So it will be starting on the blue side. Legacy, Tally in the top lane, a Carbon, their captain owner, and a great guy as a jungler. Choo Choo's their mid laner. Your boy King in AD carry, and Regret their support. This is a team that, as an Oceanic fan, you just have to be excited about right now. Frost, this team has gone from strength to strength. They're are they the best team in Oceania right now? Like, how do you rate these guys?
In Oceania, yes. Are they better than the Chiefs last year? I don't think so yet.
Ooh, there's some fighting words, and they're going to have a new opponent coming up against them. It will be Infernum on the red side of the rift. Jack Attack, they're rocking the top lane. Seb in the jungle, my most underrated player. Mid Beast in the middle lane. Stealthix and Wiffle is their support. Today, it actually won't be Wiffle. It'll be Malik playing in the support position. Because of the emergency sub, Yuzuki was going to be playing. Then Malik's now subbed in. They lose all their bans for game ones. Want to throw that open. It's bad enough you're playing against Legacy face return.
Yep.
Now you're playing against Legacy with no bans at all.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's hard. Like, you have a player subbing in. It's hard to say exactly what went wrong for the team in the situation, but it can't be a good thing. Yuzuki was really showing up. He was a strong-looking player, was doing proactive things for the team, and that's what a lot of these younger teams need, just a loud voice to sort of get them somewhere and make stuff happen on the riff. With that gone, and the emergency sub, and all the bans lost for the first game, it's rough here, playing against the undefeated Legacy.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. I know you're a big fan of Yuzuki, the ability to actually at least make something happen on Summoner's Rift. Who do they now look to on the side of Infernum to get that done?
I think I have to go with Seb, just because I agree. I think he's actually a very talented jungler, but unfortunately, we'll get into this at some point, but he's fighting an uphill battle, but I think it is all on Seb to pick up for Yuzuki.
Okay, so now let's take a look at this holistically. If you're looking at this matchup, what draws your eyes in regards to this match? Where are you going with it?
I'm going for the 2v2 jungle mid versus each other. So you have Mid Beast and Seb versus Carbon and Choo Choo's. Now, I don't think Choo Choo's is the best mid laner in the league, but I definitely think he's the elite mid laner in a league, and I think Carbon is by far the best jungler in the league. Seb is good. Mid Beast has some issues where he just loses so much control, and if you're losing control over that central point, it just leaks into everything else.
Yeah, I agree. Like, Infernum's team is just weighted in such a weird place now. It's sort of like a solid bottom lane, mid laner who can play lots of different champions, but seems to fall behind, and I would say should default to control mages because he can get more done once he gets to the mid and late game. And a very strong top laner, I will say, in Jack, who's been playing well, and a strong jungler. But you kind of have the wrong balance here. Whereas you look at Legacy, they've got strong jungler, strong top laner, strong mid laner. That is exactly the way you want to be playing this meta right now. And Legacy have said it themselves that the meta suits them and it shows. And for me, it just doesn't suit Inferno. There's such a big stylistic mismatch here where Legacy are playing the right way, given the metagame, and Infernum can't play that style and are already behind.
But you just mentioned all of their solo laners. You didn't even get down to the bottom lane
It
between
doesn't matter.
King and Regret, and we're playing with the sub, and I mean, Stealthix may be the KDA King, but he's against the actual King.
I feel like that's actually going to take a little bit of a hit tonight, Stealthix, because I do want to explore King as well. This is someone that has been very vocal on Twitter about the fact that on this team he just feels like hands off the keyboard, don't really need to do much. But we are waiting for a King game where he just goes berserk on people.
And he's had King moments, which is always great, because King, a very aggressive player, he plays in a very entertaining way, certainly one that I like to watch. And he's had, some moments, but he's never gone completely off and gone nuts. And he doesn't need to. I think Legacy have done a good job maturing him as a player. I think as the metagame shifts back towards AD, will King still be able to carry as hard? Is a great question we'll get to answer at one point. But right now, King and Regret, they're an awesome bottom lane. On paper, they're one of the best in the league. So the fact that they can actually hands off the keyboard and look fine is good for them. So when the time comes, will they step up? We'll have to answer that later. Because right now, it is just a free roll.
Yeah, it certainly does seem to be that case. The one person on Infernum that has very much impressed me, if we're not going to talk about the jungle position, is Jack Attack. I guess his maturity as a player, the willingness to step up. You spoke at length about his willingness to jump on things that aren't pure tanks now, maybe a bit out of his comfort zone. He's going up against Tally, who's one of the newer top laners of the league. Is there a way that Jack can, set his team up for success? Is a big Nautilus pick going to come out? What are your thoughts on Jack as a top laner right now?
Well, I said this before, and I'll say it again. This idea that because bruisers are becoming more relevant in the meta, it actually suits Jack because he's transitioning his role a little bit. And just as these bruisers get more powerful, it gives him more impact. I'd love to see him just go off on a carry-oriented jungler, but I have a feeling that's going to be bruiser versus bruiser.
Yeah, and I think for me, I agree. Jack is a strong player. He's been playing well. I think in general, Infernum just needs to rally behind Jack. If he's going to play a lot of bruises, lots of tanks, just get a decent scaling carry in mid laner, chuck him behind it, do the standard front to back composition, and just play to your strengths. Because Infernum, they've got strength in jungle and top. Play behind them. Don't play like 480 carries and try and do something too fancy. Just play solid, try and team fight and see what happens.
Yeah, we'll certainly see if that is what they're going to do because the teams are ready to get onto the Rift, guys. Before we go there, I want to hear from you. Use that hashtag IamOPL on Twitter. Share your thoughts about Legacy and Infernum right now. But Rusty and Atlas are standing alongside, so let's give it to them.
Thank you very much for it as well, Spawn, as we are about to hop into the game between Infernum and Legacy. Of course, two teams that actually met only 2 games ago. Of course, these guys mentioned King. King, since the last meeting of Infernum, has gone... Yeah, he's got a 51 KDA since that point. He's died once.
14, I believe it was.
Yeah, that was last series.
Last series, it
Series
didn't die
before
the
he
one
didn't
before, yeah. Look, it's a mismatch in the bottom lane. They do have the sub, they're missing bans, which does directly affect the drafting phase. Legacy being first pick, Kog'Maw exists. King played Kog'Maw before it was actually considered good and in the meta. I think there's a reasonable chance that we're going to see a Kog'Maw.
And the fact that they have so much control here as well. I mean, the Trundle is going to be banned away from Jack Attack. I mean, you may look at it and think, oh, this is probably a support ban. But it's not. It is, in fact, a top lane ban against Jack Attack. The one successful champion that he's managed, well, successful comp has been around this Trundle here for Infernum, as Alistair is always also going to leave the Rift. Interesting that they're banning a support when they do have Malik stepping in, who was, of course, originally a jungler for Absolute last year, now turned Infernum. They do understand that supports and junglers are interchangeable. Of course, Mattress on the side.
Self to make an assumption that, I mean, if it's a Kalista pick on the flip side, if Legacy go for the Kog'Maw, Kalista Alistar, pretty good. You don't have to actually do anything as a support.
That's a good point.
Stealthix decides when you're going in or when he wants to be saved. Makes it a pretty easy job. You can almost assume as well that Janna could be worth considering for Malik. Who knows what he plays, though, honestly, as support.
Yeah, well, it's worked out for Denian so far. I mean, he's not necessarily a support player himself, but picks the Janna. He's able to at least facilitate things there. But it is the Corki as the final ban here away from Stealthix, or, of course, Midbeast, who has been playing it a bit. Corki was nerfed slightly, mostly that late-game phosphorus bomb damage, things like that. Of course, Gatling gun toned down a little bit as well. As Legacy now just waiting for this clock to run out, and I have a feeling it will just be the Kog'Maw, like surely. And then there's so many things to pick.
Yeah, I mean, there's still other champions. So Lissandra, Lulu, the 2 Legacy specials, as is Gangplank.
Yep.
A lot of options available for them. The question is always priority.
Yeah, well, it is going to be the Lulu priority here for Legacy, understanding that there are multiple AD carries that do work with that combination anyway. And Infernum now just looking through the massive amount of things. I can't hold all of these power picks, as the Gragas is there, the Kog'Maw is there, the Gangplank is there, all of the champions.
Yeah,
Lissandra's there, man.
I just want to touch back on Legacy picking the Lulu as well. It's actually very important that they pick the Lulu up over the Kog'Maw. They can always get a Caitlyn, put that with the Lulu, run the Lulu, Caitlyn, Janna type of composition, just protect King as the AD carry. Lulu unlocks AD carries to be hyper carries, doesn't bottleneck them into being something like a Lucian that can be protect or have any type of self-heal. So no Ezreal's likely to be seen.
Well, it is just going to be those 2 power picks of 6.3 as Kog'Maw and Gragas both going to be picked up here from Infernum. So denying the Lulu-Kog'Maw combination, but it is going to be a little bit less comfortable Kog'Maw here in the hands of Stealthix, as he won't have that sort of backup of the Lulu and the extra movement speed there that he is going to have.
Which makes the assumption that the support will be something like the Janna or something that can keep him alive, potentially Braum as well.
Nami.
Needs to be considered. Highly unlikely, but still possible. Won't write it off. Don't know what Malik plays.
That is true. Malik can play all sorts. It might be Sejuani support. Who knows? That was the last champion
The
I saw him
Gragas
play.
was also picked with it. And
That's
the Gragas is one of the few junglers that have disengage. So Kog'Maw feels a bit safer already.
Yeah, and another really good point that you raised was the Janna, and we did see, of course, when Gragas was sort of at the top echelon of his play, it was being used in conjunction with Janna a lot for these mass disengage type team comps. As Carbon goes back to definite comfort here in the form of Elise, and they pick up the Braum. Double wall comp might be a possibility here. Of course, a bit of that Choo-Choo's Yasuo flavor would be excited.
It's possible. It is entirely possible. Choose one of the few Yasuo players.
Yeah, but Gangplank's still up, man. It's really scary when they've just got only the 3 bans and they go to Trundle, Alistair, Corki.
Yeah, so they should pick their support here in Infernum, I would imagine. and their top laner for Jack Attack so that they can actually flex their mid lane to be something on the assumption that it could be a Gangplank. Mid beast again, Zed.
Yep.
Entirely possible.
Well, he's hovering it at the moment as Stealthix is on the vein. Two definite, you know, powerful picks in their own right, but probably not going to be picked up here as Nautilus Soraka are going to be picked up. It is the Soraka for Malik.
Damn.
As the Kog'Maw Soraka is a disgusting lane. That is revolting. That is just utter filth.
The thing is, it's still a Soraka without a Callista, and that's generally where you see Soraka because you can keep the Soraka alive by pulling her back with the Fate's Call. This is a Kog'Maw that Soraka needs to keep alive.
True.
So if Legacy with their last picks get some kind of engage in their top lane, maybe even Lissandra for the middle lane, then you'll find that they'll be quite happy with going into this composition. They just need to execute on their vision and their team fights beginnings effectively.
See what they do.
Same with laning phase. It's a Braum Lucian, so it's straight up if a Braum Q connects by Soraka.
Yeah, ouch, in other words. Oh, by Kog'Maw as well. I mean, you can heal him all you want, but that's on a cooldown. And they're going to have a lot of damage up their sleeve as well, as King is thinking about an Ashe. As that is going to be the lock-in, as Choo-Choo's has locked away the Gangplank as well. So Tally or Choo-Choo is going to be playing that one. The Ultra Flex.
No, it just makes sense.
And King picks up the Ashe.
It actually makes sense. They needed engage. They didn't want to pick something in the top lane role with GP available that has to engage. Straight up, just go for the Ashe. Just hit him with the arrow.
Yeah, that's
The
true.
rest of the team can follow. You can't really kill the Ashe. They've got a Lulu to protect it, a Braum to keep it alive as well. So they're running the Super Kite bottom lane with the Gangplank ultimate as well for extra added kite, catch, anything that they would like.
Yeah.
And they've got an Elise for pick. So I feel like this Legacy's team comp is actually really good. The Ashe is weird,
Yeah.
but it works.
It excites me as well because, like you said, for a pick composition, it's brilliant at the same time. You throw an arrow out, any target that gets hit by a cocoon, you've then got Winter's Bite, the fact that, you know, you can chase people down with Braum so easily.
You know the
and
best
chain
part?
these picks together. What's the best part?
Kog'Maw stands still.
He does. He is the guru.
I hear it's pretty easy to hit an Ashe arrow on someone standing still and stun them.
Well, I mean,
Just
Soraka's
saying.
the same. If there's no one hanging around that's on incredibly low health, the Soraka's going to be a sitting duck at the same time.
I mean, literally sitting duck though. Like,
Yeah,
like he's like an actual goo hose that's on like a leash. You know, like normal hoses they run out. Yeah, he's only got this much room to work with if he presses W.
yeah.
So it's pretty easy to hit him.
Gunk, gunk. Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
know
so
exactly
that's
what you mean.
that's
So I
what
was
he
trying to
does.
act it out for
Yeah.
everyone. You know, it's like, see how we're in this like small box right now? Like this sort of like he's in that sort of that range. Sort of makes a bit of sense. Well, mid beast is going to lock away the Ahri. Let's just move away from that. I don't know how deep I needed to go right there, but probably not that deep, as the Ahri has been picked up. Of course, definite comfort pick for mid beast. Nailed it. Change the subject.
Yes,
Did well.
absolutely is. And into the Lulu should be fine.
Yeah.
Of course, Midbeast being on comfort is a big deal. The concern is always going to be Midbeast falling behind. If he averages at 10 minutes minus 16 CS on the average, that hurts him a lot. Whereas Choose is known to be a very strong farmer and works with the team well. So what is this middle ground for Midbeast at the moment is honestly just keeping Choose in lane and not falling behind.
Yeah, well, you can see it was actually another thing that we need to mention is the flexibility here on the side of Legacy. It was, in fact, the Gangplank there in the top lane and Lulu in the mid lane. But we want to hear from you. Use that hashtag LGC win if you think Legacy are going to be able to take this one. Or if you're one of those crazy people that believe in miracles, use that hashtag INF win and let us know if you think Inferno are going to take this game. Because, I mean, I do like the fact that Jack Attack, of course, one of the players that our desk was talking about being a bit of a shining light here for Inferno, he's on that big burly tank. He's got about 400 different forms of CC. If there's something Jack can do, it's play these tanks. We'll see whether he's going to be able to, but it's going to be a hard game for them this time around.
Yeah, and of course he is playing Nautilus into the Gangplank. There's a chance he goes for the ZZ Rot Portal build again, as we just saw from Swiper the last two games. So there's a real chance that split push control Jack Attack is what we'll see here. And remember, guys, this is a legend match.
Yeah.
There is a title on the line. This is Legacy's first time defending their new title. And we'll see how they go.
And if Inferno beat Legacy here, take the title, and then don't lose again, Legacy will never have an opportunity to get it back because, of course, they've already faced a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
But that's
Well,
called
yes and
daring
no.
to dream.
Because like if Inferno lose as well, there's
Well,
chances.
no, that's
Either way.
yeah. But assuming that they don't, as Malik He's going to take a couple of procs here from Regret, as Midbeast is hanging around. Stealthic's down here as well. Maybe a little bit too far, as he's trying to dodge something. Not entirely sure what it was, as I don't think Charm was picked up first here by Midbeast. And King just roaming around. We'll see whether it is going to be some sort of swap or something like that. Probably not. As Heartseeker Ash going to be moving towards the bottom side of the map.
And yeah, Legacy just trying to stop any funny business at level 1. I think they'll take maybe the small blue Sentinel, or the Sentry, rather, is what it is called.
Oh, Greedy taking 2 of them.
40 gold is a big deal.
Yeah.
From a jungler. Not necessarily for the AD carry, to be fair. They get all the farm. But the fact that you're not getting that on Gragas does actually hurt. And the bit of experience that you lose from that. So, cute play here from Legacy.
And they lose nothing for it here as well, as none of the minions were missed as far as experience is concerned. Winter's Bite does land on the Stealthix, and we'll just see how this lane goes, because if what King's been doing has anything to do with how this game's going to go, I have definite worries here for Inferno, because King has just been completely ballistic. His scoreline, 6-0-4, 4-0-4, 10-0, 10, 9-1, and 4.
It's just not the King of old, though, and that's what we're really looking for.
What, like 15, 16, 17, something like that, one of those sort of scorelines?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
much.
miss it as well. I miss it a lot.
It was great, but again, he's on the Ashe, so low mobility, has to position himself perfectly. Doesn't have a Soraka to keep him alive.
In order to get in, he has to use his flash, though, so we may see the flash forward plays.
And just take a second to appreciate that it's a cull start here for Stealthix.
Oh, wow.
Has a Soraka, so isn't worried about the loss of percentage lifesteal by any means. Goes an on-hit build, so lifesteal's not that effective on a Kog'Maw.
Yep.
Plus, they change the efficiency of Cull, so you get a bit of extra money.
Well, Carbon's coming through to the top side as Jack Attack was slowed down. Dredgeline comes in, but look at how much damage he's taking. First Blood looks so easy here for the Legacy jungler.
And that's the trick. Never throw the cocoon, always threaten it. Jack Attack had no chance for escape, and he does go down quite effectively, overstaying his welcome, as well as Tally hits the double keg, hits the passive on him, and just repeatedly batters and bruises him down until Carbon gets in.
Carbon's Elise play has been so utterly impressive.
Yeah.
He's always been a brilliant Elise player, but it's just really, really good. As Seb, he's going to make his way into the enemy jungle, picks up a red buff. Just utilizing the fact that Carbon was in the top lane quite early on.
Yep.
But, of course, I believe that was his red buff taken away. I'm not entirely sure how the junglers have been going. We've been paying too much attention bottom lane.
Smart play from Seb, taking what he can. Of course, I believe he went red to red. And that was the side of the map he started on, and he got a leash from his jungler. Okay, cool.
Well, King dealing with Stealthix right now, but
Carbon's
Carbon
in.
right in here as there's the exhaust onto Stealthix. Another auto attack will do it as the flash forward from Carbon is going to lock it in. Exhaust down onto the Elise is not going to be quite enough as a Cathian surprise is going to be used, but probably isn't going to do enough damage as King just soaks it up and doesn't really mind. Tally now actually getting some aggression here from Jack Attack, but really nice gank once again from Carbon.
And we're already seeing the pains of a Soraka, to be fair. How long it took to take down the Kog'Maw. Summon is used, exhaust used, and the chances of a repeat gank entirely there in favor of Legacy. But wow, that actually felt like it took far too long to take him down.
Oh, Malik actually trying to soak
He
up
could
this
die.
wave. Yeah, there's the last auto attack, and that's going to do it. Look at how much damage the minions were doing, and Legacy just grab another kill. Give it to the AD
That
carry.
was super greedy from Malik, though, trying to freeze the minion wave. It was 12 probably strong with a cannon to
And
boot.
he had flash available as well, just decided not to throw it.
Yeah, Seb's now mid, though.
Yeah, there's the flash body slam as Choo Choo's gets hit by the charm. The Ignite's going to help out, and Midbeast locks down the kill. So Infernum, they get one back.
They do get one on the board. Seb showing his proactivity, counter-jungling and ganking. Carbon's here, though.
Yeah, he's going to find Seb down to half health from the first combo from the Elise. Just defending diligently on that pink ward.
Seb doesn't even know it's a pink ward. I don't think all he saw was the oracles light up on his head.
Well, there's a
No one
teleport
better
in
kill it.
from Lulu here in the mid lane. Takes himself an Orb of Deception, but the shield is going to help out. As Choose, just pushes him away from the siege minion.
Yeah, mid-beast out of mana. Does have to recall. No teleport to get him back in, of course. Does have a kill, though. So slight advantage, extra gold in his back pocket.
Yep. Ooh, mid-beast actually almost towards that Abyssal Scepter as well. Only about 700 odd gold and until that one will be done. Morellonomicon for Choo Choo's is going to be the choice, as he's got 20% CDR from his items alone already completed. It's Carbon waiting for the return of Jack Attack, and it's just, I said too easy before, it is remaining the same way as there's the Cocoon. He uses the Dredge Line though, he gets underneath the turret. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Stealthix struggling a whole lot. Cannon Barrage used from Tally in the top lane, but Seb's here. King locks down the kill. A Cathian surprise may help, but Seb in trouble. My God, you're exactly right. The Soraka falling down so low, they ain't done. On every single front, Legacy fighting as Carbon can't get the repels there, but the turret followed him into the sky. Is that where the death chamber is? I don't know, but he was trying to get there before the turret bolt. And look, a slightly mistimed dive as Jack Attack played it quite nicely underneath that turret.
Over aggression, you have to remember Tally got the ultimate used bottom.
In the middle of a dive.
Yes, and this is what I want to touch on, is the map awareness and communication of Legacy was, whilst killing top lane, uses the ultimate in the right position bot lane to secure a kill down there, sets the bottom lane up for success. May have caused Carbon to die in response, but it was worth it.
Yeah, because it was awesome.
Because Carbon may be the one who dies, but Tally stays and farms, and bot lane do get a successful kill for it. So still a positive trade here. Legacy showing off some superior teamwork though thus far.
Yeah, most definitely. Jack Attack, though, did get the shutdown on the Elise, so that could be a big deal as he's got his bum, his
shut down now, though, isn't it?
Well, that's true.
Everyone gets team gold. It's like 50 apiece for everyone on the team.
Nailed it. Well, Midbeast can use the ultimate, jumps forward, but doesn't get the CC of the charm. Doesn't matter because Seb's down. Explosive Cast goes in. Choo Choo's does shield himself, flashes over the top. Lots of slows down as he's not dead yet. Not sure how.
Oh, the arrow!
The arrow comes in. Seb completely out of mana. Cocoon's too easy as that arrow was such long range. The sun lasted forever. Carbon ain't finished as Midbeast, no mana to speak of, uses a Foxfire with it. Won't be able to get the charm. But Carbon doesn't want to dive again because last time it killed him.
Legacy are ridiculous with their team. I can't believe the arrow connected firstly. That was just unbelievable. But the fact that a minute ago, we saw a Gangplank ultimate whilst fighting affect bottom, and then a minute later, we see King's ultimate affect mid whilst he's farming bottom. It's just the whole team of Legacy are on the same page, and it's really impressive to see.
Hive mind, Rusty. It feels like a hive mind right now. As Inferno trying to push up this bottom lane. Of course, they do have a bunch of power picks. That Gragas has been already doing work in the mid lane for Midbeast, as well as Stealthix able to farm up quite nicely here despite the couple of deaths. But 2-0-2 for King. Got a couple of long swords, got himself a crit cloak there as well. Looks like Essence Reaver will be item number 1 here for the Ashe. And I actually have no idea what the standard build for Ashe is at the moment. I haven't seen her for a very long time.
Is that not Infinity Edge?
Well, why are there two long
could
swords?
Oh, who knows? Let's just go with Essence Reaver.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's what it looks like. But you're exactly
Yeah.
right. I mean, Infinity Edge feels like a pretty good item on the old Ashe, who just tends
Just
to
a variety
crit
bucket.
on every single auto attack.
A mixed bag of emotions and items.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about Ashe at the moment.
I like it. Stealthix hanging out underneath this turret. He's already used that W. We'll see how he goes. Malik is going to make his way back in. And King just moving very far forward. You can see there's the arrow. And the Soraka is not going to last very long. The Cocoon just thrown out for fun as King locks down the kill with the help of the Braum passive. And the Cannon Barrage just there to zone.
Tell me Legacy don't look better than the 2015 Chiefs again, I dare you. This is absurd how strong they look right now. And they're just laning. This is actually just laning. And this is a team that's known for their macro play. This is such a good start in game 1 for Legacy, honestly. Now they go straight to the Dragon.
Yeah, King and Carbon are going to be able to lock that one down. You saw Choo Choo's giving a lot of respect to Midbeast in the mid lane as he was moving very far away, just farming from safety. Just shows that Legacy, not only are they playing so incredibly well coordinated as, oh my god, Jack Attack taking a lot of damage, but they're playing so well coordinated, but also this is with respect to their opponents at the same time, as Seb does have to body slam his way over the wall, can't finish the kill on that pink
That
ward.
just sums this game up perfectly though right there, as the Tally fights Jack Attack, gets him to half health, and then just goes and fights Seb separately.
Yeah.
It just goes, get away from my pink ward.
Yeah, it's my turret as well, guys.
And now Legacy, they immediately rotate. They get the turret bot lane, they get another pick, and they work towards top. This is the point in the game where they try and accelerate the lead, open the map up further for themselves, and just unlock team fighting.
Yeah, well, Trinity Force completed here for Tally as well. He's well and truly powered up as he's sitting on 3 assists already. Essence Reaver has actually been done here from King, so wants to have as many arrows as possible as he builds towards his critical strike. So 30% cooldown reduction from that one with some crit is going to be very, very helpful here
You also
for
get
the
guaranteed crits on Ashe, which is nice.
Yeah, which is why I was thinking, you know, the Infinity Edge would have been a great first one just because you're guaranteed to do even more damage each time.
Same concept as a lot of other champions.
Yeah.
Misfortune, Lucian. You can crit more with Infinity Edge, but you want to keep mana because you spell weave as Ashe.
It's a very good point. And just the multiple, like the utility that you get out of throwing out as many volleys as possible is such a great thing. As Choo-Choo's, he's completed all of his CDR, assuming he's got 10% in those runes. Lucidity Boots and Morello Nomicon completed. And he's sitting on a 16 CS lead as Harold is not long for this world here towards the top side of the map. We are 12.5 minutes into this game, and Legacy with a commanding lead already of about 5,000 gold. ZZ Rot Portal is exactly right, Rusty, has been picked up here for Jack Attack, but look at the wave clear coming out of Tally already. That is not what we're used to seeing from Gangplanks at this stage of the game.
Yeah, he's about a BF sort away from optimal wave clear, and he's so comfortable in that bottom lane. Look at the pinks that they're just about to get rid of one of. Of course, there are still 2 remaining.
Yeah, Charm comes down, Midbeast takes
mind,
a third of his health in 1 Q, but the flash over as the explosive cast comes in, and Choo-Choo's already down to protect his top laner. Carbon, in the meantime, is getting a gank here towards the top side. Look at the Wombo combo as King throws in the arrow as well. Just walks through the turret, but gets out of range as the depth charge comes through. And Legacy will lock down another turret as well as a kill on Jack Attack.
The crowd control chain that Legacy are putting into effect. Braum and Ashe is such a dangerous bottom lane. As Choo-Choo's is showing his pressure.
Yeah, force some flashes out of Midbeast here as well. He's completely out of mana, doesn't have the ultimate available, and now no flash.
Wow, they're trading turrets.
Yeah, isn't going to move forward as Inferno do grab the outer turret in the mid lane. You're exactly right, but we'll see whether it is going to mean double inner turrets as Legacy push forward on both flanks.
Well, that means they've got the Rift Herald, so in terms of getting turrets down, and you look at this Legacy side and you'd favor them. Doesn't mean that Inferno made a bad decision by any means, because I wouldn't go next to a 5-1 Elise or a 3-0 Ashe either.
No.
Not as a 0-2 Kog'Maw. Of course, the Gwyn's Rage Blade is completed. Doing a lot of damage now at least, and has the Soraka there to keep him alive. With that level 6 as well.
That is very true. I mean, as far as late game power is concerned, I mean, they've got a Kog'Maw, so...
You're also looking at having Ahri split as much as you can now to try and bridge the gap, but the fact they're going ZZ Rot Portal on Jack Attack, once that is completed, Midbeast shouldn't be splitting. It should be just Nautilus. And then they'll be sharing farm. So they could run into some issues here.
Or run into Carbon as Jack Attack. He's going to have to walk through him. There's the Cocoon, but I don't know whether enough distance has been gained here from the Gangplank as Choo-Choo's is over the top. Will have the Glitter Lance, but doesn't land it onto Nautilus. In a rare display of a failed gank here from Carbon.
Choo should have flashed.
Damn right he should.
Carbon.
If this was another time, and he would have flashed as well.
I'm just saying Carbon would have. Just so you know.
Well, here's a tweet in from Zosef. I will actually dye my hair bright blue if Infernum take this best of 3. Hashtag legacy win. You don't want bright blue hair? Ridiculous.
You know what? That's a fair bet.
Yeah. I think you'd look fantastic with bright blue hair. I don't know what you're talking about. As there's the volley. And Infernum taking a whole bunch of damage. Yeah, but honestly, I would, happily do whatever the heck you like, because it just doesn't really look like Infernum have the level of control and power that Legacy do right now. And it's not necessarily based on supreme individual play, even though they are very, very strong individual players. It's this teamwork is just insane.
Yeah, just on another level. And to be fair, they picked on the bottom lane as a 2v2. Malik is the sub support.
Yep, it's a
so
good
he's
point.
not that refined as a support player, and defaulting to a champion like Soraka runs a very real risk. that they shouldn't really be taking against Legacy, because the Ashe is a pocket pick that not many people have actually looked at or respected against the Kog'Maw fully just yet.
Yeah, I really, really like it.
It's always been so good. Like Celtics and just Kog'Maw in general is a sit and spit. That's what he was labeled as.
Well, there's another Cocoon as Celtics takes about half of his health bar. Immediately, Soraka is going to try and heal that one up as Tally misses the barrel. A little bit sad. Half of the health is now down, though, as Midbeast is actually looking for the charm. I believe he found it on a Tally, but the oranges were there as Jack Attack makes his way around. Barrel's going to clear out the minion wave immediately. And there's the arrow in the mid lane. Cannon barrage down as well as a massive explosive cast is going to mean that they are split, but already the cannon barrage doing so much work. Malik's already dead, and that's going to spell a dead turret here as well.
The arrow connected immediately. GP and Braum ultimates to lock it down. And that is one of the 4 members gone. Ari with no ultimate to speak of also. And Legacy with complete control of this map now. They start to crash down on objectives and gold leads.
Yeah, King now just pushing through here on the bottom side of the map. I mean, this is what he'd prepared earlier. We're going to use a cooking show line. And Jack Attack trying to body block this one, but he's getting taken down solo, stunned up, and Carbon's going to lock down the kill. More arrows coming out here from King as the repel. Carbon does have the wild growth there as well, so not close to dying right now.
You can't body block anything Legacy offers because, to be honest, they will body you.
Yeah. No one has tankiness to stand through this. 10,000 gold now at 17 minutes in this game. Legacy move over to grab their second dragon.
Some more turret power in the hands of Legacy. And with a gold lead this large at 17 minutes, it's nasty. And honestly, the biggest difference to me is that top lane discrepancy. And like, yeah, jungle's massive, right? But Seb's done his job.
It's not just to you, that's 3,000.
Yeah.
That top lane discrepancy is out of control.
Tally's at his big power point. It is honestly just the BF sword after you get a Trinity Force. You can always clear the backline guaranteed with the kegs. It's unstoppable right now, Tally.
Yeah. Swiftness boots completed here as well as he's got the movement speed from the Trinity Force. Hard to lock down this Gangplank, especially with those oranges.
Let's also appreciate the fact that the Gangplank and Lulu could be switched at any time to the opposite role.
Yeah.
Like, there's just
Oh, this is cool.
so many points of power.
King with the Renan's Hurricane. Now that it has crit on it,
Yeah.
such a great Ashe item. Man, that's real exciting. Frost shots across everyone. Carbon is going to be able to take Harold down one more time. Of course, a minute before he goes back into the void. Cute little barrel comes in from Seb, but I'm not sure whether they'll be able to grab the Harold as Carbon's just going to pull it out and destroy it. There's a little bit of extra pushing power here as well as King is just shoving here in the mid lane. Just looks like he hasn't left a minion wave. It is still there because the arrow, in its global effect, is able to help things out. As Seb moving around, Cocoon does land. King is holding on to the arrow for the moment as the charm is not going to find anyone.
And the typical 1-3-1 starts to commence. They're pressuring all lanes of the map. Of course, they've sent the AD champion to deal with the rot portal lane.
Yep, like it.
Take that one down. It's a long cooldown, so if you can get rid of it quick, things will be fine for Legacy. The double teleport in, again, typical fashion. Because this 3-man, quite capable.
Yeah, well, another Cocoon is going to land. There's the Glacial Fissure as the explosive cast is used. But look at that Cannon Barrage positioning. And Choo Choo's is going to be able to lock out Jack Attack. They use this to create the space in order to take down the inner turret. Legacy. When they turn it on, they turn it on.
Don't even need the GP. Just the ultimate, and they can still take down kills and objectives and brute force their way in. This could be the early Baron push here from Legacy. Right on 20 minutes.
Yep, well, it looks like they've
Yeah,
started
they're doing
it
it.
It's going to be a bit of a struggle tanking this one, but you can see they've got plenty of damage right now. Down to 5,000 health already. The teleport is going to be used. Tally realizes that they will need his assistance in the Baron Pit, and that one is going to fall down. They made short work of it as the Orbit Deception is going to discover Choo Choo's and the purple things rotating around him, indicating that they're too late.
Got the purple swirls.
The purple swirls.
Midbeast, the only one to rotate quick enough. It could have been a blind bait, given that it's 20 minutes in this game, and Carbon showing off his confidence, let's say, with the item build.
Yep, Soul Stealer now completed here. Very standard item
Aptly
here for
named,
Elise.
honestly, at this point.
Yeah, man. He's certainly been doing so. 6, 1, and 3 gigantic spider lady. As Seb going towards that Iceborne Gauntlet as item number 2 here for the Gragas. Do like the build quite a lot. Essence Reaver completed for Tally as well, as he's got his 40% CDR from just those 2 items. Man, everything coming together here for Legacy.
Yeah, this is a pretty, I'm going to say pretty crazy game, as
Arrow?
the arrow actually
How?
hits Jack.
Yeah, Cocoon's there as well. Carbon can actually follow up on this, and I wasn't expecting him to be able to. I think he's just too excited about it, as he has to flash over the wall. Mid-beast looking for the Cocoon, but doesn't find it, as that repel was timed so nicely there from Carbon. The Cannon Barrage comes down one more time. Malik almost dies from the damage of that alone. Flashing over the wall is King. That's what we want to see from you. 2 kills already, as Infernum falling left, right, and center, and Legacy just looking so powerful.
Legacy are playing with their food right now, just not pulling the trigger yet. Finally, they start to break the base with these Baron buffs. Carbon trying to steal some souls.
Yep.
But doesn't find it, as the rest of Legacy consolidate around his aggression.
That arrow was definitely not aimed at Jack Attack there, and I think Carbon was like, oh, well, I can go on that, so I probably should, because, look, I'm here, so let's do it. Of course, Infernum were able to collapse, but it was a really nice flash and fantastic repel timing to make sure that mid-base, he really wanted it, just couldn't quite get there in time. Legacy
Rarely,
just
though,
looks so strong.
Rarely do you see games look this easy. And Legacy are making it look that easy against what is an annoying ZZ Rot split push Nautilus.
Well, the thing is, like, it's not even that it looks easy. It's just that they look so coordinated. It looks like a dance almost.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, teamwork makes it look easy.
Yeah, it makes yeah. Whoop, arrow.
Oh, I think it's like the first miss.
Yeah, it's going to cruise by Malik. He almost dies to Choo Choo's alone here, though, as the volley is coming through. Tally now in the back line. The wild growth is there, though. I was sure he was going to die as he flashes out of the way. Does fall down in the end, but Stealthix is going to die as well. Choo Choo's has to watch out for the Acathian surprise, but Legacy still moving forward. There's a Glacial Fissure, and double kill comes in now for King, who just walks off to try and take down minions, as the rest of them are going to try and destroy mid-base. Regret underneath the turret, as Carbon is going to lock that one down, and he doesn't even fall. King's there. Jack Attack trying to tank things up, and in comes the teleport from Choo Choo's, who somehow managed to survive. And this Legacy team just continuing to push through. That is going to be the 3rd inhibitor. They're going to grab every single structure this game, as they are pushing through onto Nexus turrets at 24 minutes in this game.
They're just making the gold lead as big as they possibly can. King is having a laugh throughout this game, and the last defiance from Infernum. The Nexus turrets fall.
Yeah, Jack Attack is going to fall down here. Double kill comes in for King, as that Cannon Barrage is doing so much work. Stealthix is going to go down for the triple kill. Can he grab a Quadra, as they're trying to run back to their fountain? Seb in a bunch of trouble, as there's the wild growth, but it is going to be Carbon that picks that one up. It's a Quadra kill, but Legacy do get the ace.
Carbon pretty much stole a penta just there.
For the fun of it, man. Oh, this guy. But he does understand that Carbon did a heck of a lot of work that game. Man, Legacy just looking completely on point.
Absolutely. Legacy, that is honestly a game we expect to see from them. They're the top of the table team. They've got the belt as well. So this is a Legends title match.
Yeah.
And they retain that with emphatic fashion.
My God, they just look completely unstoppable on the Rift. And I'm not necessarily saying this as against Inferno or anything like that. They are not necessarily the best team in the league at the moment, but that was Legacy looking completely out of control. We are going to throw it over to the analyst desk, though, to break down that game.
Thank you so much, Atlas and Rusty. We will try and break down exactly what happened that game. And as all things, you got to start in Champion Select, because I feel like Infernum were like, we don't have a great support player right now. We're playing with an emergency. Soraka, like, very easy champion to execute, you know. I've seen it in solo queue. It's so overpowered, but doesn't really work that way in competitive play. Froskurin, does it?
No, and we pretty much saw exactly why it doesn't work that way in competitive. She's just so susceptible to ganks, which is why you need to... Typically, when you see the Braum come through, you know that it's going to be stacked with Lucian, just because it's very easy for Lucian to proc Braum's passive, the concussive blows, with his passive, the double tap. But as soon as you saw the Soraka and they changed it up to the Ashe, I'm like, that Soraka's dead. There's no way. She's dead.
And that's kind of what happened. Like, to be honest, like the philosophy of the draft makes a lot of sense for me for Inferno. I think as far as building a strong Cogmore comp goes and having comfort for the respective players, like with mid-beast on Ari, with Nautilus in the top there for Jack, that's what I expect to see from them. But Gragas is maybe the tricky one there. Seb is more of an aggressive jungler. He couldn't make plays, and the issue there is, like you said, bottom lane was just left wide open for feeding.
And that was the brilliance, is in Carbon identifying that there was so much kill pressure in that lane as soon as the Soraka came up. Having the Gangplank up into the top lane, Gangplank versus Nautilus. I mean, typically we talk about Bruiser versus Bruiser, but if you know that all of the action is going to be down to the bottom lane, just pick GP, have the global ultimate, and we saw that in the first blood, just dropping it down there and doing so much damage.
Yeah, he certainly did. But the other thing Carbon did was he went top first to make sure Tally was ahead, because Nautilus, Gragas is a very good lane to gank for. He's like, I'm not going to allow that to happen. I'm a quicker jungler. I'll sack my red buff, get up there, make sure I get my top laner ahead. A lot of credit given over to Carbon for this game. King also had a terrific performance, but on a role-playing AD carry. I never thought I would see the day where King plays Ashe.
I love it. And I mean, King is just showing that he is maturing as a player. Yes, he's still doing like somewhat aggressive things, but this is not nearly the King we saw on ADC Graves last year when he was just going on, flashing into people, outplaying at every possible point. Like, his Ashe mechanics are on point. You watch how he plays, and he's clearly a very talented player. But I agree. I think him on a role player, it's nice to see, and it just speaks to the maturity of the player. If King just needs to keep down the same road, it's clearly working for him. So just keep on it.
It also kind of translates your aggression to the team's aggression, because Ashe gets to decide right then and there, we're fighting now.
Yeah, it looked to be that he was the one getting a lot of those things started. The player I do want to zoom in on Inferno, I've spoken to him about him a little bit tonight, is Seb. He picked up Gragas in that game. Kind of looked like he wanted to get involved, but he was like, all right, top lane, you're too far behind. I can't really help you out. Bottom lane, I have no idea what's going down there. I'm going to try and help mid beast. We talked about the 2v2. Did keep Choose down somewhat, but it was a strange performance out of Seb. Like, he was trying, but it just wasn't there.
But this is what we talked about before. When your mid laner loses control of the mid lane, it just kind of seeps into everything, and it starts with the jungle primarily, just because you're going to be slower to the rotation should an invade come through. So Seb did get a great gank off into the mid lane where he flash body slam into a charm, but it was too little too late. Everyone else was losing across the map. There's not much he can do for damage control there.
Yeah, you certainly can't. And what that led to was a resounding victory for Game 1 for Legacy. But don't go anywhere, guys. Inferno will have a chance to hit back after this 3.5-minute break. We'll see you there. the OPL. Hello, everyone. I'm Jake Spawn Tiberi. Joining me on the desk is Indiana Frosker and Black and a pastry time down the end there. His name is Julian Carr, but, you know, we just call him the real pastry time around here. We are currently 1-0 in what is Legacy versus Inferno, but yesterday we asked you to ask us some questions. Asked you to ask us. That was good. They were on Twitter, and we're going to get right back into it. So we're going to bring the casters back up onto your screen. They're looking lovely and ravishing. We're going to start rattling off some more questions. Hello, Atlas. Hello, Rusty. How are you doing?
Hello.
Good. Nice.
Nice.
Where are we? All right, let's
Oh
get
my
straight
God.
into this one. So the first one is from Os Chris, I believe, and it says, if you could have one item that is no longer in the game, what would it be? Personally, I miss Wriggles Latin, # Lee Sin. I think Tracker's Knives is a little bit better for Lee Sin regardless, but Pastry, want to kick off with you. What item do you miss?
It actually is Wriggles Lantern. I used to be an AD carry player. I remember the Wriggles Lantern meta. It was hilarious. You could almost never lose a game. I was grateful.
And that demonstrates why it's no longer in the game. I love how he says, as an AD carry, I miss Wriggles Latin. Yeah, Frosker?
I built it before it was cool on Nidalee AD top before everyone started doing that. Locket. I remember the Oceanic, or
No one
no,
likes
the
that item.
Ionian versus Noxus
Yeah,
game when Udyr
yeah.
came around the corner and literally all 5 people flashed away from him because
Yeah,
he had the
just
locket.
That
ran.
item's not okay.
Yeah, all right, cool. Rusty?
I'm torn between Madrid's Blood Razor and Force of Nature.
God.
It's a tough decision. I
That
feel like
is so
the
deep.
inner, I used to play Singed in me. Is like, I really want Force of Nature back, but Madrid's Blood Razor was ridiculous. Imagine Cogmore with it now.
The magic damage
Yeah.
percentage.
Oh.
Yeah, it was pretty strong.
Yeah.
At Atlas?
I'm struggling between Ionian Spark and what is the Lizard
other
Elder
irrelevant
one? The
one?
Lizard
Oh.
Elder one, the
Yeah,
jungle
yeah.
item that
Yeah.
you used in the mid lane because it was the best.
Yeah,
oh
yeah.
man, I miss it so much.
So I had all these aside, I had a very strange build. When Gragas first got remade and you were seeing a lot of players at top laner, I tried to convince Chief's own Spooks that Gragas jungle with Magus into DFG is the item that I'm going to say
Oh,
I
God.
miss. You could honestly body slam people, DFGW them, and they would die. Like, it was a 2-shot in a bottle. I really miss that build. That's what I'm going to go with.
He did the
Thank
same
you so
thing
much
on
for the
Malphite
question.
as well, everyone.
Yeah, Malphite was another one good one. We're from Manliness now. Question all the casters. What is your favorite style of casting? Play-by-play, color casting, or the analysis desk? Let's start with Atlas this time around. Atlas, what do you prefer?
It starts with the easy one. I just like yelling about stuff, so I'm going to go with play-by-play right in the
but
middle
we
of a
miss
massive
Color
team
Atlas.
fight.
What happened to Color Atlas?
No one misses that. No.
I miss it.
Papa Smithy does. Rusty.
I have a hard time saying anything other than color casting. I like being able to stand next to someone yelling to make you more energetic, so we'll go with color
All right,
casting.
so these are the predictable ones. Pastry.
Obviously, personally, I like play-by-play. It's the thing I do best and I like the most. But I actually enjoy listening to really good analysts. Like, I think it's a real challenge on the desk versus being a color. And I think some of the good analysts provide amazing insight. So I really enjoy watching those guys and seeing how they work.
What about you, Frosk?
I actually prefer analysis and working on a desk just because I'm a very narrative-heavy caster, and I think that you get more time to set up a narrative on a desk than a cast.
Yeah, so sitting around lots of predictable people. I want to be a play-by-play caster. People. So if you're at home watching, tweet at Riot Benji. Tell him to give me a crack. Me and Frosker, we had a great game, Frosker and I, during the collegiate last year, where I did some play-by-play.
And I left the
Atlas
desk.
was so scared he left
Yeah.
because, you know,
Man, I can
Scared.
dream.
I'm not very
Appalled? I
good at
don't
it, but, you know, keep me in there. All right, let's bring up the next one. It is from our friend Riot Pulse, Richard Cam. He says, how do you guys keep your hair game on point? True story about Richard. Before we get into it, we were at IWCA, great friend of the show. He doesn't allow the makeup artist to do his hair. He does his own hair. So he goes into makeup, you know, gets made up all pretty, and then, like, is like, don't touch the do, I'll do that myself. So props to you, Richard. Your hair game's on point as well.
It's ridiculous.
Pastry, your hair game has elevated over the year. We've come a long way from the bobby pin.
We have, unfortunately, which was such a great time. In all seriousness, I actually have an excellent hair product. My hairdresser recommended it to me and been using it since then. So it's so good, Spawn stole it.
Yeah, it is. Frosker?
Well, my hairstyle was so good that Atlas stole it.
Atlas, I'm going to come to you last for this one. Rusty, what about yourself?
I wake up with my hair made, honestly. I'm lucky. I'm genuinely lucky. This is bed hair.
Yeah,
so.
I do a run the finger through as well. Rusty and I kind of have the same thing. Atlas, we have a good couple of minutes here. Take us through the process that is your
Rigorous.
hair.
Okay. Keep it to 6 minutes is what the producers said. So look, I've got an array of products. I like to use, gels for finish, but I've got like a powder at the moment that's like really, really cool. You just like smash it in there and it just does what it wants. That's sort of somewhat exciting. Otherwise, it's all about the haircut. You got to make sure that you blow dry it afterwards and like everything's good. That's
You lost me at blow
man,
drying.
I don't even have one of those things.
What is
I
blow drying?
realized that I just said blow dry, and then I was like, I was gonna go to the you can opt into a hair straightener, but I thought that I wouldn't go there.
Yeah, and I do live with a man and I hear it every single day, so I can confirm he is a consistent blow dryer.
Often it is fish as well.
Fish is also a blow dryer. That's great. So
Yeah.
let's get into the next question. We've been given the hurry up. So what's the most important pick on the current patch in your opinion, and why? This is from Windows Monkey. I'm actually just going to throw this one around to the color casters quickly. Most important pick and why?
I want to say important, first of all, not OP, is Kog'Maw. And I simply think because he drastically changes both sides of the drafts.
Okay, that sounds good. Rusty, let's go with you.
I was tempted to say Kog'Maw also. I feel like champions, it's honestly just jungle champions that they play. So Gragas right now I honestly think is busted and people should be picking more Gragas, especially coming to this patch. So I'll go with Gragas.
I've been told I have more time, so Atlas, let's throw this one to you as well now.
Whoa, Lulu.
Lulu?
Yeah, Lulu. I think she enables
I am
so
also
many
a
different
Lulu
drafts.
fan. Like, I think that Lulu is the one champion that does like everything. Like, do you want a good AD carry? Pick it. Do you want to not have dive? Pick it. Do you want to have a champion that can dive? Pick Lulu. Like, she's just so versatile. Like, does absolutely everything. I believe we have one more, however, that can come up onto our screen. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. No, we do.
You nailed
It's
it.
from William Go For. We have two more. Who do you guys think are the clear winners for the OPL Summer Split? Or will it be a tight final? Well, we're in spring right now, so this one is difficult, my friends. Summer Split. We're in autumn. Winter finals?
Where are we?
Oh, is this summer? Okay, cool. Apparently we're in summer. We're going to call this one summer
Yeah,
now.
remember we're
I
in
call it Split
Australia?
1 and Split 2. All right, cool. So who is the clear favorite to win this? I don't think there is a clear favorite.
Chiefs.
Let's start down with...
Yeah, I would agree.
Pastry.
I don't think there's a clear favorite yet. There are clearly strong teams, but I think this has been the most competitive OPL season so far. Yes, it's only the second one, but I've been around the Oceanic scene for a long time. The top teams are definitely close. Even the bottom teams are starting to level up as well. Hard to say. In fact, I can't say right now. We're only halfway through the season.
Frost, you like to do this.
Chiefs. The Chiefs have the best draft in the OPL right now.
All right, Atlas.
Whoa, Legacy are looking ridiculous. I don't know how their brains are all connected, but I want to understand how they do it. I think they're the clear favorites right now.
Rusty.
I think in my unbiased opinion, I'll probably have to go with Legacy. I have no idea why.
I honestly think Chiefs as well. I have no idea why, but when I just look down the roster of talent, I
That's a
think
funny
that
way to say Hellions.
yeah, all right, last one. Let's bring it up. It's from Lisa Quadruple Q. What are some things which make Oceanic esports unique from the different regions? I'm going to go with the fact that we do this, but that's not my real answer. Pastry, giving this one to you first as well.
I think it's that the personalities in the scene is just so close and so tight knit. Like, again, the scene has grown over 5 or 6 years now, and there's just so many fun personalities in the scene. I think we're finally getting to see a lot of those on the OPL, which is great. And for me, like, the people are unique, are very unique, and that's what makes Oceania so special.
Frost, what about you? You have an interesting perspective. You came from the outside into the inside of the Oceania
Yeah, I
scene.
completely agree with Pastry, actually. It's this idea that the community is actually really close-knit. And I always describe it when people ask me, it feels like a festival to me when you're on OPL, even at the finals. That's what it felt like. It felt like a competitive festival. You know, people are really passionate about their clubs and their teams. So it's actually very unique. You go and watch NA and EU, that's like 300,000 people Twitch. It's like, oh, da, da, da. This time, you can actually read the insults. It goes so slow.
You let them soak in. Nice, yeah.
What
I
about
just saturate.
What about yourself, Alice?
Me, I want to bring it back to the game a little bit. I do understand that we do have a fantastic community and all that sort of stuff, but I just love the differences in our players. So you've got like the likes of Chelby, the crazy guy that's just doing mental stuff all over the place. You've got Carbon and this hive-minded Legacy now as well. And then you've got Cheese, super unpredictable in the mid lane. I just like we've got like clearly defined players that are able to separate themselves from the mold. And I think that's really, really cool.
And what about you, Rusty? You'd have an interesting perspective as well, because you've been on both receiving ends of the Oceanic scene, the pro player and the caster. What do you like about it?
The fact that we are Oceanic. The thing about that is the fact that there is passion behind every Oceanic person. viewer and player alike, is that everyone wants their team to win. If you pick a team, you commit to that team for life, essentially, whether it's a player or a team, and everyone genuinely cares. It's a big deal.
Yeah, that's what I like. I think of Oceanic League of Legends kind of like how our rugby scene developed, if that makes sense. And like, if you're a Kiwi, if you're an Aussie, if you're Fijian, everything, like you get behind your team till like the very end. And I've seen some weird and wacky tournaments in Oceania, but it's been absolutely huge, and we love being a part of it. And we love you guys. Thank you very much for joining us once again, Atlas and Rusty. You can go back to preparing for the next game because we're going to break down the game ahead. As I said, reminding you guys that it is currently 1-0. Legacy are up against Inferno. This is the OPL Legend match. Pretty resounding win. Want to throw it to the desk once more. What do Inferno change to give themselves a better crack going into this game?
They have bans.
Yeah, that is actually an important thing. Like, the drafting wasn't a massive issue, but the fact that they actually get to like have bans and think a bit more about the game and actually approach it from a proper level is important. For me, I already said it, pick to your strengths and play proactive. That's all you need to do here.
And if you are going to ban, what are you banning right now, Frostgroom? Because there were some power picks that got through the last one.
Oh, Gangplank. #1. I think GP needs to get off the board.
Yeah, GP Lulu. We've already seen that Legacy know how to play against GP. They always want to play with Lulu. You can't ban everything, but I think you start with those two and maybe pick something like Cogmore as well.
There you go. You heard it from our experts, guys. We're ready to get into game number 2. So I'm going to give you back to the cast as you just saw. This is Atlas and Rusty.
Thank you very much, Spawn. Very excited to get into game number 2 and very excited for Infernum to actually have some bans this time around. And, of course, are on the blue side, so I can grab one of those priority picks.
Yeah, I hear that's a pretty big deal, of course. What we need to address is the fact they had Lulu, Gangplank on the same team between two players that can flex them.
Yeah.
And then they managed to just get a ridiculous kill bot lane to boot with their Elise jungle. I just think that the solo lanes is a big deal here for Legacy. If they can take those away, Ash Braum doesn't matter as much. You can try and hide your lanes away from it if you really want to in lane swap. Just get rid of one of the two, Gangplank or Lulu.
Yeah, and it's just, it's not only power picks, but it's also comfort picks sort of rolled into one here. So, man, you're exactly right. And we'll see whether there's going to be a way for Inferno to actually shake Legacy up, because we need to get them out of that comfort zone that they have so graciously put themselves in, especially for that last game. Gangplank Fiora are going to be the bans here from Infernum, though. As we can see. Yeah, Fiora's an interesting one. Gangplank not wanting to go up against the split push.
And, of course, the Gangplank ban makes a lot of sense. We just suggested it. And the Fiora ban is... it's almost targeting Tally, less than respecting. It's saying that we want to pick something Jack Attack can work around. Maybe it is the Nautilus. Put Tally on something that's less comfortable, maybe even a control mage like the Lulu, and just pick Naut into it and control the side lane.
Yeah, really strange. Zed is going to be the follow-up ban here as well, away from Choo Choo's. Wasn't looked at all in the last game, but Lulu is going to be the final ban here from Legacy. They banned away their own Elise from last game, but of course Seb is a fantastic Elise player and of course a standout player for Infernum if we're looking down the roster. But very odd bans, both Gragas and Cogmore have both been left up.
Yeah, I feel like
Lots of big
Infernum,
picks.
they could default to something like a Nidalee now and get it in their first rotation if they like. Lots of champions still available. Nautilus seems to be first pickable as well at the moment.
Yeah.
So Infernum, they do have options this time around. Cogmore also needs to be addressed, and the Gragas, the other big one there.
Yeah, Cogmore, Gragas, there's lots of things here available to Infernum. They obviously think so as well, as they're waiting a long time to make up their minds here. Jack Attack holding onto the trigger. See what they do opt in for. 8 seconds to go. Man, yeah, he's really struggling to figure it out. It is a huge decision. There's Callista.
Yeah.
Another one that snuck through the draft is going to be snapped up. Option 1 here for Stealthix in the bottom lane.
Yeah, banned by Legacy as well in the last game, so recognizing that it's available to them. Malak, we said it before, the reason Callista is strong, especially even with Soraka as an example, is you can just pull her to safety.
Yep.
You know, get her out of bad situations. Quite a mobile champion, very good at trading and laning phase. It just gives a lot to Infernum.
Yeah, enabling your support player as well. And of course, as a jungler on the side of Malik, does like to be able to engage, and you may as well give him even more tools in order to do so. But at the moment, Legacy with 30 seconds to go. We'll see what they decide to go with. It is going to be the Nidalee and the Alistair locked away. Of course, regret fantastic Alistair player, but I haven't seen Carbon on Nidalee for quite some time.
No, and true to Carbon's form, you would imagine would be quite aggressive on this Nidalee. The Atlas starter boot will complement them quite well. Right, Legacy's first draft is strong. Hasn't actually cemented their team composition and what they want to achieve just yet. All they've got is damage and engage, which is standard.
I would have actually liked the Braum Nidalee picked up. just because you can't just answer the spears with like a big old wall. Isn't going to happen anyway, as Malik is going to lock away the Janna for their bottom lane, and it is going to be Kindred picked up for Seb.
Yeah.
So lots of area control here with the Monsoon, plus that Lamb's Respite.
Very interesting. I
Yeah.
feel like it's keep the Stealthix alive composition so far.
Yeah. And move people around and have control over the battlefield and burst, I guess, reduction here out of Legacy, especially if Lamb's Respite can be used at the right time. And pairing that with Monsoon is actually kind of an exciting combination there, both of those abilities at the same time. Legacy, though, not sure whether the Teemo is going to happen, as King hovering a few different options here as well.
Oh yes, the Leona AD carry. How could I ever
full
forget?
standard.
That's right. AP Shaco mid, you know. Kindred as well, actually being an AD carry for Inferno. Another carry option that Janna can
Yeah, true.
complement if, God forbid, Stealthix struggles in laning phase. So they have options, Inferno, for their next part of their draft.
Well, Choo Choo's looking for the Zillion. He's going to lock that one in and also has the Cogmore. So, look, more options for keeping that Coggy alive.
Yeah,
I don't like it because, you know, Cathy and Surprise, it's a lot of damage.
It's the poor man's Lulu, is what that is, though.
That's
to be
true.
honest, of
That's
course,
true.
Zillion Ultimate able to give
Yeah.
him a second wind, and it doesn't mean the Cathy and Surprise won't come out afterwards. Still exists.
The speed up is there as well as Inferno. Now time to round out their comp. Stealthix hovering a few mid laners here as well as Malik, and we'll see exactly what Midbeast does want to play into the Zillion, which is now definitely there in the mid lane. Of course, waiting for Tally's pick in the top lane. Lots of respect given to Jack Attack there, making sure that Tally gets the right matchup.
Syndra makes sense to me as well.
Okay.
Of course, it's a bit predictable with the high burst, but you can control lane quite nicely and match the ranges, whereas Twisted Fate is all about the wave clear and then disappearing.
Another comfort pick, though, for Midbeast there in the mid lane, as Jack's being considered now from Stealthix. Locked in as well for Jack Attack, and there's the Twisted Fate. So Midbeast, back to what is a relative comfort pick. He did play it a fair bit when he was on Absolute last year. And the Jax, like, Gauntlet has been thrown.
This could be... So they banned Fiora and picked Jax as well. I mean,
Yep.
is Tally going to default back to Aurelia? But Jax actually blocks it now with the E, so you can't stun.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at least Tally does have the counter picker on the side of Legacy. That Jax is an aggressive option early.
Certainly is.
I'm quite good at getting onto King, but looking at Legacy's comp so far, it's a Zillion, Nidalee, Alistar. They're pretty much sculpted to protect King.
Not to mention that they've got also, you know, the Primal Surge available from Carbon. Everyone here has the ability to help King perform here on this team. Wouldn't be surprised to see even more utility be picked up there from the top
think
lane.
that's
or just
unlikely.
a flat-out split pusher. Yeah,
Could be
which-
something like a Quinn, honestly. Just
Okay.
to, I don't know if Tally plays it, or it could just go all tank, all split push all the time.
Yeah, well, it is going to be the Armadillo locked in once again, so a bit of swiper flavor here for Tally in the top lane. Of course, it wasn't him that did it, you know, globally, but of course we did see it in the last series, and it was ridiculous. Tremors does too much damage. Someone needs to be told, because Rammus hasn't been looked at for quite some time, and man, he does some work. But
Yeah.
Legacy with an exciting comp at the moment.
Absolutely. This is a really well-rounded composition here for Legacy. They've got frontline, they've got protection.
Yeah.
For King on this Cogmore, and Choose does a fair bit of damage himself. Infernum's composition to me says they want to get ahead earlier rather than later. Callista Janna's not the optimal laning combo, but it does mean Callista can be quite self-sufficient, do a lot of damage, and Malek can sit back and just shield. So it does kind of hide and mask Malek as the sub-support player. Then they've got Midbeast to come down if things go haywire.
Yeah, exactly. So the Destiny there going to be available from the mid laner. But I did really like how the Callista and the Janna went, especially levels 1 and 2 here from Frey and Denian in their game number 1. I mean, that was ridiculous. That was up against Radier and Ejim as well. So a difficult bottom lane duo to go up against, and they still were able to make that one work. So we'll see whether Stealthix and Malik are going to be able to do the similar sort of thing, especially because as soon as you've got a Janna, the AD carry has so much more driving force there in the bottom lane. But we want to hear from you. If you think Infernum can bring us to a game number 3, use that hashtag INFWin. Or if you think the Legacy hype train is well and truly on the tracks and rocketing forward, use that hashtag LGCWin. Or, you know, if you have anything else you want to tell us, ask us any questions, all that sort of stuff, use that hashtag IMOPL. And look, we'll be able to see those and let you know exactly what's going on. You might possibly be able to get onto the broadcast as well, which is very, very exciting.
Yeah, and remember, this is a title match for Legacy.
Yes, very true.
And they are 1-0 up against Infernum. So that little bonus that they get by having a belt in their back pocket, I guess it's one around your waist,
Yep.
still come in quite handy for Legacy, and they want to retain this at all costs.
Yep, wherever they keep the belt, it is definitely going to be good. But Choo Choo's going to throw a bomb onto the head of Jack Attack as they take down the ward. First blood is now gained for Infernum.
Covert Ops Cogmore, weirdly enough, is like trying to stalk around the outskirts as Infernum. They brute force their way in to place deep vision, spot those lane swaps if they would choose to do it.
Yeah, more vision put down here from Legacy on the other side.
Which would make sense, the lane swap.
Oh, this is cute.
What is?
I thought that they were just going to wait, but not going to. Everyone just going to be backing there in the brush. We'll see exactly where everyone's going to be going. As I made brownies. No mercy. Hashtag Legacy win there from Remy. That is
really good.
That is adorable and really nice use of the graphic there to include the picture. That was exciting. Probably shouldn't be giving props. They're much better brownies. There's
yeah, I was gonna say, just complimenting the graphic.
Yeah, no, that was
good brownies.
I apologize because those the brownies were what looked so good.
Some tasty graphic.
Yeah, damn. I'm like going for a promotion.
Oh, nice.
Regret gets rid of
great.
the Gromp.
That's actually amazing. Regret has delayed them indefinitely.
Oh, so frustrating. Look at this frog.
If they choose to go back to the Gromp, he'll do it again. That's the best part. So they immediately disappear. And you would even imagine zoned away from the Wolves. That's an entire side of the jungle now gifted over to Legacy, not just a 3-buff start.
Yeah, well, you want the bull, you get the horns. And yeah, that is just complete respect demanded by Regret. I like it a lot, but it is going to be a lane swap, so interesting stuff. As there is another tweet in here from Dranger OCE. You're doing us all a favor by keeping Spawn off the play-by-play.
You're doing us a favor by tweeting at Dranger.
Thank you, sir. Although he won't believe you.
Public service announcement. Spawn is a color caster, and will stay that way.
Midbeast catches the bomb. Nicely done. Just going to do some damage there to him, so probably not the best move. As Carbon in for the counter jungle already. There's Tally here to help him. The double jungle happening. As Tally didn't take the big whoop. I thought he was going to. That's why I sort of paused there for a second, but not going to.
Carbon had the red buff tick.
Yeah, nailed it.
But prolonging their jungling together here, Tally and Carbon. Getting absolutely everything they can from it, including smiting the wolf, which was the most important one. It means they don't have to place vision. They can safely do the turret.
Yep. I like it, though. Inferno were able to grab the blue buff on the other side of the map, so not going to get 3-buffed.
Not getting 3-buffed, but there is a massive advantage you would have to wager gained by Carbon and the rest of Legacy just in time. Because Infernum, doing their jungle start, actually had to walk from blue to red before starting it.
Yeah.
Whereas Legacy were doing their camps.
Yeah, and Carbon actually only one CS ahead of Seb as far as the jungle camps, but Tally has taken a heck of a lot of these ones. So the Rammus in a decent position now as we move through this game. And Legacy will be able to just bounce this wave back. And Tally, oh, nope, oh, almost dies.
Yeah, get back in there.
Yeah, there he is. Come on, Mr. Armadillo. Nailed it. He was so frightened.
But he can't stay now as well. Tally is going to do his best. I think he gets a cheeky wave in because Infernum took a long time to trade turrets. So Tally's quite lucky that Infernum was slow in doing this. Otherwise, he would have been forced to recall.
Yeah, Jack Attack does have the teleport available, of course, so he could have just teleported onto the wave. Tally had have stuck around. He is actually still there, but deciding instead just to grab this wave towards the bottom side and push it forward.
This is 1v1 laning, and this is a level 4 Zillion being able to control Midbeast and run him out of mana on a champion that gets mana back every time he uses his blue card. So this is massive. This is a big advantage actually given to Choose, and as such given to all of Legacy, because Midbeast, once again, seems to always fall behind.
Yeah. Tweet for you here, Russ. Do you want to read this one out from Legacy?
In our unbiased opinion, you are Beyonce, and the other casters are just your Destiny's Child. I think they might have stuffed up a hashtag though.
Hashtag we you all. I don't know. I think there's supposed to be a love there, but maybe they just couldn't handle the lie because they love you so much more than the rest of us.
I don't know why they would. No idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Here is Regret9. He's going to be trying to find himself underneath this turret. as King getting a lot of damage down with that W activated on this Cogmore. Seb and Jack attack an unorthodox lane. Trying to defend, but Carbon's making his way in. There's a teleport as well, as there's a headbutt pulverize onto Seb. He gets exhausted immediately as Carbon over the top is going to be able to help grab first blood there for King. But Tally in with a massive teleport. Carbon flashing out of the way, but isn't going to survive. Doesn't matter though. 3 kills in favor of Legacy and only 1 for Inferno.
And at 5 minutes and 45 seconds in this game, Legacy, they decide to turn it on once more. The teleports, the double teleports, get in early. Even Choo Choo's being able to hit the double stun with the Q combo.
Man.
Just really locks in. I'm surprised Carbon died to the damage there, but I'm pretty sure Midbeast got a stack deck auto attack off at the same time as the turret. The animation was masked.
Ah, that's why it did so much damage. Okay, got it.
Yeah, because that was like a quarter of his health in a single turret shot from what it looked like anyway.
He is a Nidalee. You know, you don't have a heck of a lot of armor.
Now that was just unreal. You can see the red bars are 100 health apiece, right?
Yeah.
So that's a lot. That was
silly.
a lot of damage.
Well, Legacy do manage to grab the turret in the end. As Midbeast makes his way back towards the mid lane. You can see 25 CS in favor, like, as far as the jungle camps here for Seb, in comparison to the 18 of Carbon. So definitely doing well here on the Kindred, farming things up. But
Where's the butt?
yeah, the butt is Skirmish Saber completed, as well as Aether Wisp, and Carbon is 1, 1, and 2 after that situation. Plus, he's just farming ridiculously right now.
No, the big butt to me is the difference between top laners and mid laners. Actually,
Wow.
surmounting to...
Okay, yeah, I hadn't quite gone down the list just yet. As Tally is super far ahead. Midbeast catching bombs here as well. Choo Choo's controlling this lane quite nicely.
Absolutely is, and Choo's. He's against the Catalyst with one of his own, so kill threat starts to get reduced, but the level 9 bombs, if he hits 2, actually still do about maybe a third of your health.
Yeah.
Which hurts, and you need to show respect as Midbeast, and that's why I questioned picking the Twisted Fate in particular. You run the risk of losing lane against the Zillion, who can get carried away and start to run away with this game.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Twisted Fate is all about single target picks, and Choo Choo's on the Zillion is now all about negating single target picks.
And to even further it, it's also predictable that Legacy will lane swap with a Cogmore.
Yep.
And then they will be able to work mid after they get the outer turrets by the time Midbeast is 6. Which means Midbeast will either be split pushing as a Twisted Fate with no items completed, so will be useless besides wave clear, or he will be mid and can't utilize one of his features of his kit, which is the ult.
All in all, bad news story here at the moment for Inferno. We'll see whether they can figure out a way to make this one work, as Legacy pushing towards the top side of the map. This inner turret now under fire as the Sentinel's going to be taken here from King, and the little Cogmore having the time of his life right now, only the combined cost away from that Ginsu's Rage Blade. He's able to clear out this whole wave. 71 to 61 now in favor of King. As here's Destiny in with a tweet.
Destiny's child. There is nothing wrong with that child, Destiny.
Oh, it's brilliant.
I'll pay that one, though.
Oh, man. Apparently, the rest of the casters, other than Rusty, are in fact your children, Destiny. So thanks, Dad.
I'll take it. I don't know if I want to be queen, though, of Destiny's children.
Yeah.
That's just a really weird...
Wait, does that mean your mom?
No.
I don't know.
No,
I don't know
queen,
either.
not mom.
Queen. Right, got it. Jeez. Well, Tally's just going to pick up this gigantic wave that has been shoved into the turret. Midbeast taking some damage here from these bombs, but doesn't get stunned up. And Jack attack trying to take things away, but has to leap strike himself to a ward there on the bottom side of the map, I believe, as Carbon has discovered him. Choo Choo's is just owning this.
Absolutely. It's a Zillion in a TF matchup, and TF's always going to be fine. There are ways to play much more aggressively, but if you ever get behind against the Zillion, he really makes it known and continues to make it known, so runs away with advantages quite well.
Well, Carbon's already got a blue buff. Of course, picked up the enemy's one, I believe, on the other side of the rift. 86 CS to 58 as far as that mid lane matchup is concerned. And Choo Choo, oh, Carbon almost threaded the needle there. Malik was here to help out, but didn't quite have the monsoon just yet as double bombs pile in on top of that caster creep. And Choo Choo's This looks just this easy. Now that he can clear out the back line with that double bomb. Seb's actually going to find him, though. Level 7 on the Kindred, but Choo Choo's does have the flash. Gets himself to safety, but man, 4-stack now from Inferno here in the mid lane.
Yeah, Zilean, of course, with the speed boost, stayed out of range of mid-beast. Couldn't get the stun. But Inferno, they have grouped, as you mentioned. They've started to turn on some aggression, as is Tally.
Tally actually going for the 1v1 here. Tremors is on cooldown now from the Rammus. As Carbon is looking for Seb. Does lock himself down the Rift Scuttler as Seb is in a bunch of trouble. Yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot of mana left as Stealthix is here. Fate's Call comes down, but they miss Carbon because he's too aggressive. Destiny comes in and Carbon overstays just a little bit. Multiple bombs come down. Jack Attack not going to find that teleport. But Infernum, they grab a nice one there in the jungle.
That was very much a see hero, kill hero moment there by Carbon. He really wanted that one, but overstays his welcome and overcommits knowing that they're mid. As these two, once again, just having it out.
Yeah, actually, Tally getting the worst end of that trade, though, as Jack Attack just smacking people with his hockey stick.
It's always a concern, an ever-present issue that Legacy will have is Jackson, his ability to trade duel and split push. But it is the Rammus, of course, being able to go for a ZZ Rut portal, kind of diffusing that by not being there.
Yeah, very, very true. Can push a wave from a different lane.
And though they got a kill onto Carbon, they still lose their mid lane turret for it.
Yeah, and they're still down 3,000 gold here as well. So more drastic measures have to be taken here from Infernum to be able to grab anything notable back, especially considering the fact that Choo Choo's now has the Rod of Ages. And, you know, time-based item for a time-based champion. Like it a lot. And now that Skirmisher Saber has been turned into the Runic Echoes now for Carbon. And look, it sort of dictates exactly what he was trying to do there before, because he's now got a skirmishing item, wants to be finding people and fighting them there in the jungle. So it might have been a little bit of a predictable play there by Infernum. Yeah. I like it, though. Haven't seen Red Smite for quite some time.
Yeah, challenging. Said at least Carbon is going to be super aggressive. I feel like he's still on a high from the last game also. Hyper confidence though. No surprises.
Whoa, Seb jumping out of the way there as he did get the ward down.
Of course, could see Carbon.
Yeah,
Carbon
I thought it was only there was a ward put down sort of immediately, but no. Oh, bomb going to be carried. Stealthix just wants to give it to Seb. Almost just decided to explode with him. He takes a lot of damage there. You can see these bombs doing a bunch of work.
Yeah, and Tally goes straight for the Thornmail. This is a different item build from this Rammus. And I don't look at the... I even justified the Thornmail in the first game from the Chiefs, but what I did say was there was a Balmy Cinder beforehand.
Yeah.
Which means you get health, you get wave clear.
Well,
what Tally has done is foregone arguably the most important feature of the item build. No longer has wave clear without the ultimate. And I guess to an extent,
he's got wave clear if there's no other creeps, and he can grab the aggro. That is one thing that he does have. So he has to move
define it as
well
wave clear.
far up the lane.
It's not wave clear in comparison to a Balmy Cinder as well. But
Yeah.
like even Jax, though he's going Trinity Force first item, which means he's doing mostly physical damage, as Sheen doubles the physical. Trinity Force makes it 2.5. That's still no health on this Rammus.
Yeah.
So Jax has still got, to an extent, mixed damage. He'll still be able to fight Tally. So Tally is a fair chunk of gold away from efficient.
Well, even if he's still doing only physical damage as well, I mean, effective health ratings mean that armor only improves every point of health that you have. And Tally, with no health items here at all, I mean, he's not getting the max usage out of that armor. Because diminishing returns are going to be a problem here. But look, we'll see what he's going to pick up next.
Mastery as well. You would assume it's Grasp of the Undying, but if he had Strength of the Ages,
actually, yeah, a bit of health
it
there.
could sell me. Somewhat.
Nah, just don't like first item Thornmail ever. I don't like it. Good Spice, maybe a spear. Oh man, half of the health of Seb with one of those spears here as Infernum know that they can't go through their jungle now. Do still have a pink ward a little bit further back, but Tally split pushing here on the bottom side. Will be running into Infernum as Midbeast is actually splitting towards the top side. Seb actually fighting in a massive minion wave here as Tally just turns on the defensive ball curl. Might actually be caught here as the spear goes over the top. Malik in a bunch of trouble as Tally has to use the flash. Counter-strike was there from Jack Attack. They could have potentially locked him down as, man, Carbon, so much damage with these spears. He's waiting for one more. If it lands on Malik, he's dead. Flat out, even with a spear. as he's not going to be found there in that brush, as that would have been very silly.
Yeah, doesn't get the kill. Carbon still puts down the pressure, and they do get tallies flashed for it, so that's important. Because this Rammus is still a target to be focused just now, especially from a Twisted Fate, who has his ultimate available to him. And it's not like a Twisted Fate can actually effectively deal with the Zillion right now in a one-on-one.
Yep, 50 CS behind here as well. Choo Choo's just been lapping up the farm. In fact, right on with the clock at the moment here at 15 minutes.
And Midbeast right on with his stat that supports his lack thereof farm on average.
Yep, nice. And well described as well there, Rusty. As Midbeast did get some time to split towards the top side, but has been struggling a whole lot. As he does have his Rod of Ages, Sheen there as well. So he's got some items. He needs a little bit more. He is going to be able to be effective here in this game. Choo Choo's misses a cannon creeper. That is a big deal.
That 1 minion trolling. I was watching that as well.
Frustrating stuff, man.
You feel like you can't gauge the amount of damage you do to Rift Heralded cannon minions because they are bigger and their health bar looks bigger.
Yeah,
your
and you're
damage
also so incredibly sort of ingrained in how much damage minions take from stuff as well. So as soon as that changes, man, it's difficult. I understand that. Yep.
I'll cut you some slack this time, Choose, but not again.
Yep, never
Everyone
again.
gets one.
Yep. Just like Carbon's over-aggression there in the enemy jungle.
Now, he can do that whenever he wants. That's on him.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's
No
not
worries.
missing a cannon.
Priorities, Atlas, priorities.
Yeah.
Well, Barmy Sinner now completed here from Tally, so let's just assume that they were built in the other order, then we don't need to be upset with him. Morella Nomicon completed from Choo Choo's as well. He's way ahead of the curve as far as his items are concerned, but he may actually get dove here. Oh my god, Malik takes so much damage.
Malik.
Yeah, the ultimate has been used here as Malik uses the Monsoon, but cancels it immediately. Seb is going to be here to try and protect him, but he gets taunted up and Tally grabs the kill. Carbon now dancing around this fight as Midbeast is so dead. As Choo Choo's locks down that kill. Regret has the ultimate still rotating around him as he's trying to get onto Seb now. Tally, defensive, the roll. Man, just completely had a brain fart.
And Legacy
Not
pushed
great.
down the middle lane after they make a pick, and that was reactive play from Legacy. They try and dive Choo Choo's, but he's a Zillion. You know what they say about Zillion, you can't kill in him.
You can't kill in the Zillion.
And there
that is
they
definitely
now
true.
threaten the inhibitor. At 18 minutes.
18 minutes. This is insane. And I was saying that this game hasn't been accelerated quite like the last one. As I was thinking it, Legacy just proved me wrong immediately.
Yeah. Look, they just pick their moments, and this is really standard from Legacy. Not only do they feel more at power, having 2 big items on the Choo Choo's and having 2 big items on the King, but Infernum gift them the engage.
Yeah. Man, just really, really well played. And it is, of course, the 2-item power spike here from King at the same time, so the Goo Hose is well and truly online. As the spear comes down, Jack Attack doesn't take that much damage as Carbon. He wants to fight him. Tally's here, though. Doesn't get stunned by the counter strike. He is going to be able to roll himself to safety. And Midbeast just continuing to split towards that bottom side of the map. But Infernum at the moment, they need to make some sort of proactive move to show us that they believe in their ability to take this game, because...
Well, I mean, they have to split push right now. Jack Attack needs to try and get going on this Jax, and
is the only answer the 1-3-1?
It's not like the only answer, but they don't have a better one to really put into effect. I feel like Tally probably can still fight him, but they just, honestly, they just need to get Jack going.
Well, Seb is going to find Tally. Powerball is going to be available, though, as he just possibly turns around to try and find this one. Yeah, exactly right. Stealthic's trying to dance away as fast as possible as Tally just does a bit of a drive-by. And Spear is just going to clear out some minions.
Legacy just waiting to pick their moment now, honestly. If a bomb connects and a spear hits, Rammus can get in range of a flash taunter. If Regret can use a combo even effectively, and Legacy will be able to find their moments, whether it's just poke or it's an all-in. Of course, King getting red dot hungry.
Yep.
Suffering to RDS.
Very true.
Red dot syndrome.
Red dot syndrome. Awful. Hate to see it. Tally's going to answer the split push of Jack Attack towards the top lane, though. Jack has been moving around the map quite nicely, making sure he alleviates pressure here on Infernum as they're trying to hold off the Legacy onslaught.
And Legacy can 5v5 right now. They have a QSS on the Kog'Maw, which is something that I just wanted to quickly bring up, is arguably the biggest deal. And, I mean, realistically, what are they waiting for? I guess the Rock Portal onto Rammus.
Yeah.
To make sure they can keep Jack down. He doesn't have teleport tally, but neither does Jack. And so if they get the Rock Portal, they place it in a side lane, and they're aware that Jack will be there, then Tally has an advantage.
Well, now, that's a fully stacked Rod of Ages here as well for Choo Choos at 20 minutes into the game. That is fantastic as far as that timing is concerned. Still 8 stacks here for mid-base, which is pretty good. He'll have his very, very shortly as Carbon lagging behind a little bit as he had to build that jungle item first. The Lucidity Boots is going to be the next one for Carbon as we move forward. But yeah, King looking for Jack Attack. He's standing on a pink ward here as there's the Void Ooze as Choo Choos is hoping to land the stun. Does get it even after the leap strike there. Look at the damage from King. That was insane. The last auto attack going to be enough to lock it down after the bomb. Legacy.
Can we replay that?
Yeah, that was silly.
I want to see King's APM again. He was moving whilst auto attacking. It was really good. It's impressive. Legacy, they find a pick. They utilize Zillion to speed up the Kog'Maw and basically just ram his head in.
Well, King actually in a bunch of trouble now, but has the ultimate from that Zillion. He's not even going to fall down here, which is a good thing for Inferno. As King actually keeps the low health bar now as Seb dancing forward. Mid-base flashes on top of him, but there's the QSS to be used here from the Kog'Maw as Regret jumps on top. Lamb's Respite is down though as Regret just standing right on top of it. And Jack Attack gets exhausted, jumps into the backline as Regret is going to fall down. King is going to use the flash in order to get out of the way.
Yeah, and I mean, Legacy, they find another big team fight for them, and this is exactly what Legacy needed. They're still going.
Yeah, the flash forward into the taunt as Carbon jumps on top. King is going to be unstoppable as he takes down mid-base and a turret. Man, this Kog'Maw is multi-useful, and that's an 11,000 gold lead here. 9-3 in favor of Legacy. 22.5 minutes into the game. This team, man, they're crazy.
Yeah, they pick their moments and pick their battles so effectively, knowing that they can fight at X moment because, say it's a QSS on King, or Jack is overextended and they know they can 5v5. It doesn't matter if they overextend in response. Legacy plays with confidence about the way that they move and walk, and it's really demonstrated in these games against Inferno tonight.
Yeah, so much confidence. 40 CS leads on both the AD carry and the mid laner. And Tally, he's still ahead as well. Z0 portal completed. And Legacy now just pushing forward. Man.
That's a pretty big gold lead at 23 minutes. Once again, this is the second game in a row that it's happened. And this is the ZZ Rock portal time for Tally.
Yeah.
This is where he doesn't need to be near that portal. They're going.
Yeah, Tally actually looking for this as Regret. They thought that he'd been caught out as Malik's going to get taunted. Tally was just looking for any target really as the Tremors are down. Carbon just going to primarily surge the old Rammus as there's an open mid lane.
Yeah, and the ZZ Rock
that
minions
might actually,
are making it.
Yeah, okay, there's a shield there, but Stealthix almost fell down from that one bomb. Carbon is going to help lock down this inhibitor. Legacy, it's looking strong with this unorthodox protect the Kog'Maw team comp.
Yeah, it's a makeshift, like, ragtag protect the Kog'Maw, I will say.
I like it.
I had to look at him. Again, it's like Zillion, the second-class Lulu, to an extent. And they've also got the Nidalee heal, Alistar just protect, and Rammus to be at frontline. I feel like, yeah, it's definitely protect the Kog'Maw, and Legacy are still utilizing it as such. Maybe not best champions for it, but they're making it work in this game.
Yeah, nicely done. Well, Legacy just going to be dancing around this Baron buff for the moment. And Seb down here as well, actually targeting onto King. That is optimistic, Mr. Seb. So we are going to have a slight pause in a moment, I am being informed, as King takes down his red buff. But yeah, of course, Legacy. I mean, the story is they're well and truly in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is my assumption.
Well, yeah. Legacy, they're well and truly in the lead, showing commanding confidence, I guess. And that air of confidence that they're presenting is actually what's getting Legacy to where they are now. They know they've got the mechanics to back it up. Their teamwork seems to be unrivaled at the moment. And I think what capitalizes it the best is Carbon playing that Nidalee. Just hits the spear and says, I'm going.
Yeah, I'm in there, boys. Yeah. Even if it wasn't necessarily the best idea, as we are going to hop back in. It is, of course, Baron being taken down right now by Legacy. Destiny goes in, but yeah, that's a little bit late as Tally forcing flashes here. Seb is going to get taunted up, but Infernum are at least around.
Legacy, they pick up the Baron.
And look, we're playing hard mode right now, Rusty. So we have no idea where the map is.
I really want to see that little map thing.
Yeah, I mean, even I feel blind right now, but that's okay. As Tally just launches himself onto Jack Attack. The taunt's there, but so is the Counter-Strike. As the ultimate has to be put down. Tremors are here. Jack is taking so much damage. Wild pings, but Legacy ignoring their top laner as they have eyes on Nexus and Nexus-related structures as the inhibitor is going to fall down. Well, possibly here as there's the Hepar Pulverized. Fantastic use of the ult, but this Cogmore damage is ludicrous. King actually getting pushed forward is exactly what he wants. Lamb's Respite helping out. Triple kill for King on this Cogmore. As Jack Attack still running away from Tally.
There's a fair chance Tally gets him here as well.
Oh, cute use of the base gate.
Let the dance commence between Tally and Jack.
Yeah, but the Nexus turrets are falling. Legacy, they want to kill Jack Attack. Counter-strikes there. Tally's going to lock it down. The last remaining Nexus turret going to be the next thing that they're going to take. As Legacy now have eyes on the Nexus. Gigantic gold lead. I can't even... What even is that number? That is huge. 3-13. Legacy so far ahead. Couldn't do the math in the head. I was getting so excited about how incredibly decisively Legacy took that game.
Yeah. They took the game very decisively, Atlas. Legacy retaining their title with another 2-0 victory. Very commanding performance from this team. They did not look like slowing down anytime soon, and there aren't many better moments to use Choo Choo's train as a type of hype. Colloquialism there.
Yeah, exactly.
Just so you know.
The Choo Choo's train has most definitely left the station. I want to talk about... well, I'm not going to talk about another couple of things because we are going to throw it back to our analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you so much, Max. That is 15,000 gold lead, is what you're looking for at the end of that game. As I'll just help you out there. I know he was struggling a little bit, but I want to throw it over to you guys. Pretty resounding victory there from Legacy in that game. Infernum looked like they were struggling, and a strange team comp picked up for Legacy. It was different. Pastry?
Yeah. On the Infernum side, actually relatively solid. I think they picked the right style of champions. I did like the Jax from Jack Attack. Like, obviously, on the Rift, couldn't get everything aligned. But yeah, I think Rusty said it well towards the end of the game there. Second class Lulu pretty much there for Zilean. It was a protect the Cog comp. We expect Cog to be a big pick. King's a great Cogmore player. And Legacy felt they did have to build around him quite completely. I like the Rammus for the front line. I like the Zilean for sort of more protection. No Jonna, which is a bit weird, but, it was fun. I liked it.
And I feel like we've gone through a couple of, let's talk about champion segments with Frostgurn today. So I want to give you Zilean as well. What is it about Zilean right now? We've seen, GBM pick him up in North America. We've seen a couple of other players around the world as well. Siros, our good friend from the LJL, always likes to pick it up. What is it about Zilean that makes him strong right now, Frost?
I think really the biggest point of it is the zoning in front of the tower that you can accomplish with the AoE bombs. I think is probably the number one. There's obviously a lot of different little facets, but that's the primary thing.
Yeah, we were talking about it. I was like, we got rid of your point-click nuke, and what we did is if you're ahead, no one can go near your turrets.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen Lulu Rammus be effective as well, and that last little moment where Tally was powerballing with Zilean speed, I forgot how much speed Zilean gives you in his W now. And again, there are similarities. Lulu is a significantly better champion in the meta, I will say, but if you can get Zilean through his rough-ish landing phase and get him to a good spot, you can do exactly what he did there. And Lulu Rammus is pretty dumb. Zilean Rammus is pretty dumb as well.
Yeah, it certainly did seem to be that case. Earlier I asked you guys, if you could give Chiefs a scorecard, what would it have been? I think we ended up with an 8, 8.5-ish, and a 7. Going to ask you the same question. If you can give Legacy a scorecard, take in mind the fact that Infernum didn't have ban game 1 and they are using a sub. What is your scorecard right now, Judge Pastry?
It just speaks to the maturity of the... I think actually game 1 looked very good for them, and game 2 was pretty solid, but... I think there are differences between these two teams. Legacy play well together.
There's a fair chance Tally gets him here as well.
Oh, cute use of the bait.
I was getting
in my head. I was getting
fresh picks.
Is that number? That is huge. 3-13. Legacy so far.
Just for tonight's performance.
And Frost, what's your thoughts?
I'm actually going to give Legacy a 7. I think that their game 2 was much stronger than their game 1, particularly the lane swap and how they handled the initial dive. Again, if you're looking at that game and you just cover up that that's OPL and you ask someone, is this NA or is this OPL? I don't think people would be able to tell the difference in that dive. It was very cleanly executed.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was a really nicely played game. That leads us to a Week 9 clash between Legacy and Chiefs. That's going to be absolutely awesome to watch. But next week, Chiefs have Direwolves. And, you know, we saw Legacy handily beat them. And the comparison we're drawing, guys, is because this is the biggest rivalry in Oceania right now. Like, Legacy versus Chiefs has been going for 2 seasons now, pretty much fully. What do you think, like, are the Chiefs looking at Direwolves, or do you think their eyes go ahead straight away to Legacy? Are they looking for revenge, or they just want to beat their old rival?
I mean, you absolutely should take each week as it comes and just play your opponents.
You should.
Direwolves.
You should.
Direwolves are a team that you should not underestimate because when they approach, they win very, very solid. I think Direwolves are going to be grumpy with their loss to Legacy and maybe take some of that out on Chiefs. So that should be a pretty awesome series.
In all honesty, I think the Chiefs win by not necessarily preparing exactly for their opponent, but mostly just preparing that they're playing the most ideal League of Legends that they can. They're the strongest macro game, and they're the smartest team in the OPL right now, not only in their draft, but also in their map movements. And I think if they just perfect themselves, it really doesn't matter if it's Direwolves or Legacy on the other side.
Yeah, you do have that one to look forward to next week, guys. But yesterday, we asked you to ask us questions on the desk. We're going to round out tonight's show with a couple more of them. So as we welcome back the casters.
Hey!
G'day there, Atlas. G'day there, Rusty. How you guys going? Let's get some more questions firing straight away and dive into this one. Rusty's got the biggest grin. He loves when I speak like an Australian. So let's go with this one. It's from Anonymous Matt. If you could cosplay as any champion, who would it be and why? Hashtag IamOPL. Maybe make it a reality as well with a crying smiley face, which you can't see, but it was super adorable. Atlas, throwing this one to you first up. Who are you cosplaying as? Why?
Okay, I can cosplay as anyone, and it's like sort of the possibility of anything. Oh God, it's so hard because I want to go for something completely ridiculous.
You want to be underwater. Come on.
Okay, yeah. So, Nautilus.
Nautilus. There we go. What about you, Rusty?
I have no idea.
It's hard, man.
I don't know. I'm just going to go out there and say Snow Bunny Nidalee because it's my favorite skin.
I want to see that so bad.
That's way too possible. That's way
He's
too
my favorite
possible.
champion. I think it would be a cool costume. It has to be Yasuo.
Yasuo, that would be sick. Frost?
Punch first, ask questions while
Oh, you
punching.
have the same question. Yeah, all right, cool. I want to go as a wolf, but I need to find a lamb because I think Kindred's super cool to cosplay right now, and that's why I would go with that one. All right, but yeah, let's move on to the next one. It's NZ Smite. Tell us. I lost a question there. Tell us about Dustblade. Will this item affect the state of the OPL games? Hashtag IamOPL. Gonna start it with you.
I mean,
closet assassin player over there.
We're a week into 6.3 in the OPL and we haven't seen it yet. So I think Dustblade is a curious item. It does a cool thing. It definitely enables more assassin-style plays. But I think everyone looks at it and says, this seems like a Z item. To me, it's not maybe as good as everyone thinks it is. And I think we're just waiting to see where it really goes and what champions it can be effective on.
Frost, what are your thoughts?
We did see a Zed ban, so...
True. I think it's more a Choo-Choo's problem than a...
Again, the big thing about the Dustblade is the Nightfall and how that synergizes really well with Zed's ultimate. Obviously, QSS is in a really healthy spot right now, so I don't know. I think it's specifically for Zed, but I agree with Pastry. It's kind of like, what surprising champion will it come out on?
Yeah, I think it's hard to make work, and I'm going to actually say it's going to be a player that brings it out, not a champion. I think Rymeister is just the guy we're looking at to get some more crazy shenanigans happening on Summoner's Rift. But Rusty, let's throw this one over to you.
I may or may not have suggested Aurelia could go Dustblade mid lane and make it work. And I may or may not have suggested that Rymeister can play it mid. So yes, you're right, Spawn. I think that he is the player to do it. I don't think it's a good Z item. I'll tell you that much. I think the QSS is a double whammy in that respect. You get rid of both of them with the QSS. I think it's a Talon. Talon is actually god tier in solo queue right now because of it.
Yeah, and Atlas, have you got anything to add?
Dude, Kha'Zix. I want him back in the mid lane. So bad. Pantheon as well. There are so many champions. I mean, just put it on Riven. Who cares? Like, go massive all-ins. Like, oh, I think the item's really cool. Plus, Drakthar is really fun to say. So I'm really excited.
Don't put it on Riven.
All right, let's just jump straight into the next one. It is going to be OG 1764. How do you guys think the top OPL teams, that is Legacy, Chiefs, and Direwolves, compare to their LPL, LCK, and LCS teams, counterparts? Bottom tier ones.
Yeah.
I
would say reasonably well, but it's so hard to say. Like, we barely get to see cross region play ever. Like, yeah, I mean, like, I think playing at their best, probably competitive, but I think still maybe a touch or two away.
I actually have pretty strong opinions on this, and it tilts me sometimes. I honestly think that if you, again, covered up the names, that something like Legacy, watching their dive last game, you wouldn't be able, I know sometimes, you wouldn't be able to tell if that was NA or EU. I'm not saying that an OPL team would come in and dominate the LCS, but I think that 99% of people, even just watching the games, especially with the way that the meta is, can't really tell what is the difference between Korea, what is the difference between EU, and it's typically decision making, but that's kind of like a catch-all phrase, like what is it specifically about that decision making, and that's where the OPL falls short. It's in their objective identification and pressuring and setting up. But in terms of their mechanics, I mean, we saw some incredible Kog'Maw orb walking. We saw incredible arrows tonight. Carbon's repels were amazing. So I don't think it's just fair to be like, oh, you know, they miss flashes. They're mechanically. I'm tilted.
I'm going to do Frosk a favor and translate. She's saying that they will do fine. Atlas, let's throw this one over to you.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
When you're talking about like the bottom tier teams of like other regions as well, I mean, often these can be like leagues that are different a lot between the top and the bottom. So like, I actually feel like we do just fine. Even mid-tier teams, I think it'd be okay, especially if we like look at the likes of Legacy tonight and the Chiefs tonight. I think that Frosk has a definite point.
Rusty, what are your thoughts on this one, mate?
Mid-tier is pushing it because of the infrastructure that they all have.
I have a
think-
lot of faith.
I think lower tier definitely, maybe not as we break into mid-tier, but we don't know. We've never played them.
Yeah, we've never played them. I guess we have the benefit of casting two of the leagues, being the OPL and the LPL, and I think that we have a lot of similarities into that league with how we play mechanically. I agree that the decision-making, the infrastructure are all things that need to continue leveling up, but hopefully we can take that next step. As we do jump into the next question, I am losing myself on the paper right now. We are on...
What teams are your favorite to cast, and which ones are your favorite to watch?
Oh, nice, Frost. She's taking the rest.
Yeah, you can start that one then, Frost.
I am a fan of the Hellions. I like helmets.
There you go. I like helmets. Helmets, bro, best champ.
I love watching and casting Direwolves. They're just super exciting. They do crazy stuff. They've got really slick players. They're just fun.
And Atlas,
Sudden Fear.
they're not in the league anymore.
Oh, damn it. Sorry, OPL teams. Trident at the moment.
Trident at the moment? Yeah, I actually think they're really exciting as well. Rusty?
Drop the branch.
Yeah. All right, yeah, I'm going to round us out with a good old Chiefs pick as well. I like the macro-heavy gameplay that a coach way back when instilled in the team that was impressive to watch.
Oh,
as
I
we
feel
bring up,
so ruggedly handsome.
as we bring up the next one, and I'm once again going to let Frost take this because I can't read it.
What event has been the most exciting to cast, and why?
Oh, that's an interesting one. Pastry,
Whoa.
you've been to some big events, Battle of the Atlantic, some
man.
old school.
WCF,
That was a real
WCG.
You had a Heimerdinger jungle game. What is your favorite event?
Favorite event. I unfortunately didn't cast the OPL final last year. Otherwise, that could have been it. Even though it was awesome to be there and host. I think I'll go with the easy answer. Worlds 2015.
Okay. Frost, what about you?
I got to cast IEM Shenzhen 2014, which actually led to WE going to IEM San Jose and then losing to TSM in the finals. And it was crazy because it was EDG versus WE, and that's a massive rivalry. And that was just pretty incredible to cast WE winning for the first time in months.
And that was the WE that became the EDG kind of like. It's weird. Go back and have a look at the lineup. They all look awfully similar to EDG right now. Atlas, what about yourself?
I'm going to go back to 2014 Perth Supernova for winter. Minky Well was a huge dragon. My personal favorite.
That was our
moment
first
ever.
cast in the finals together as well, Atlas. I don't know if you know about that.
Five game best of
Serving
5
that
series. I
tournament,
think
by
I
the
was
way.
there,
Remember.
mate.
Yeah. What about you, Rusty?
IWCA. It was
IWCA.
great. It was a lot of fun. It was such a cool event. I got to cast with you guys on international stage.
Yeah, I'm with Rusty on this one. IWCA, Melbourne crowd, Oceanic International Tournament, EU casters with us, and a heck of a lot of fun around the event. That was honestly like dream come true for me as well, being a Melbourne boy. Last one of the night, going to throw it back to Frost Gurren, who's doing a great job because my eyesight is failing me.
If you could create a team, who would you include in the roster, and why?
Ooh, let's start with Rusty, because
Oh
I feel
my
like
God.
he's done this a couple of times.
Give me time to think.
In the deep end,
What?
mate.
Okay, top lane is Swiper. Jungle is Carbon. Mid lane is Rymeister. I think I'll go AD carry, and support would be Raze and Ejim.
Nice.
Ooh.
There you go. Atlas?
Okay, Pac-Man, Chelby, Fantix. I want to go King. I'll go King. And support Ejim.
Egypt. All right.
Well, I was going to go with Egypt my support, but I guess I'll have to pick someone else now. I would probably take Raze and Regret. I think they're both really strong players. Mid, I have to take Fnatic, Spooks for the jungle, and sure, Pop Swiper in the top lane.
Frostgoon.
Whatever, it's top lane.
I'm going to go with Flandre, Clear Love, Rookie, Nami, and Mako.
All right, that's a different answer. Didn't really expect that one to come out. I'm going to go with Fantix in my top lane because I'm allowed to role swap and I'm a coach right now. I'm going to keep Carbon in the jungle. I'm going to throw probably Swiffer. I'm going to bring him back from...
Favoritism.
I'm going to bring him overseas and drag him back.
He's still in the salt flats, man.
I'm going to get King because he is an absolute monster right now. And I'm also going to grab Egypt myself because I think that he is very clearly one of the best supports in the region right now. So thank you very much, guys, for joining us. You can go relax and enjoy your night of frivolities after what was a great couple of sets of games. However, guys, that does end our night. So let's pull up the results and check them out for you with you here. It was yesterday. Sin actually taking a 2-1 over them. We're going to get them on your screen ASAP for you. So was Sin taking a 2-1. It was Hellions unfortunately falling short against the Chiefs tonight in a 2-0. OPL Legend match was Legacy retaining the title versus Inferno, also 2-0. And tomorrow night it will be Trident taking on the Direwolf to see if they can continue any of that momentum. We actually have one last tweet of the night for you. It is from the Hellions Jungle Cookie. He said, GG, well played. I'm literally crumbled. I'm going to bake myself. I will be back with better form. He does love to cook. And once again, you got to follow this guy on Twitter. He is absolutely brilliant. But that's all we have time for tonight. On behalf of myself, the analyst, Dessa production crew, thank you so much for sticking around. It was a lot of fun, and we'll see you tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Catch you then.